Chapter 511. Over the next 8 hours, as the night slowly returns to day, I farm billions of Maypee hundreds of skill orbs and an additional 15 firestones from the 39th floor to imbue with my mythic grade plunderer skill and collapse rogue dungeons out in the desert. An interesting thing I find when absorbing skill orbs is that they stay at the exact grade they are labeled on the monsters I take them from. I am unable to change basic, special, or legendary skills farmed from lower grade monsters into mythic, just from absorbing them. Whatever they are farmed at is their current grade. This makes the mythic grade orbs I farmed from the 41st, 42nd, and 43rd floor even more valuable than I thought. Another rare, priceless resource I continue to farm is Luminite, the low D-grade dungeon I was working on farming before the war eventually collapses. And in addition to that, I find 2 more E-grade dungeons to fully plunder and collapse as well. 3 more fragments of Luminite, and just about 150 billion MP in containment stones float inside my storage now. I still have the unstable isolation pods of my teammates floating in suspended animation too. There is just about 100 billion MP in each of these pods. I try to think of ways to use up this extra mana and a safe way to actually extract it from the unstable pods, but there is nowhere to preserve it all or use it properly yet. There are more important things to do right now. I crush a teleport crystal after collapsing the last dungeon of the day and find myself back in the underground bunker while the sun begins to rise above the Crimson City. Everyone begins to wake up and go about their new routines and normal daily lives as I walk outside. I sense 2 high-level ranked-up chi-wielding individuals on the roof of the guild hall, standing next to the silver throne that I created after the battle, and float up to see Luna and Eri watching the sunrise. I speak up as they see me, ready to head off to Sector 4. You have quite the adventure ahead of you. They both have serious expressions on their faces, but lighten up when I smile, reaching into my item storage. I have some last-minute gifts for you that I managed to farm last night. The first thing I do is give them both handfuls of teleport crystals and explain briefly how I managed to make them, and that they can come back here in an instant, whenever they wish. Next, I reach into my storage and pull out the mythic grade stealth skill orb I managed to get from the 41st floor in my right hand, and an assortment of extreme grade element skill orbs in my left. I motion for Eri to take the stealth orb, and he does, holding it in his hand and examining it closely while I let an earth, wind, fire, water, and ice skill orb float above my left hand in front of Luna. Each of them has a slight color tint, indicating which one they are, but I point out each of them individually. These are skill orbs, a product of my new soul energy awakening mixed with my upgraded absorption skill. It allows me to give you each a single skill, adding it to your status permanently. I turn to Eri, using my own mythic grade stealth skill for him to see for himself, completely vanishing from his radar, then reappearing. The one I've presented to you is mythic grade stealth, and it is the highest grade I could get my hands on. You would need to level up 1,300 times to normally achieve a skill of that caliber. Considering you already use spirit arrows as your main attack and energy control trainer, and have dagger mastery for close-range combat, I think this would be the best option for you. It is very convenient to be invisible to your enemies. He smiles and throws the orb up and down in his hand. Thanks. I agree with you. This is a good option. I turn to Luna next. For you, I thought about giving you a combat skill, like swordsmanship or dual wielding, but I think an elemental combat power would be more useful. You could improve your natural mana control and manipulate dungeon mass far easier with a skill like this. Take your pick. The blue orbs float around above my hand for about a full minute before Luna picks one with only white energy inside it. Wind magic, good choice. We make our way to the Canyon of Dungeons as the sun rises, and both of them continue to examine the small blue marbles curiously the whole way until we enter one of the nearest dungeons. I read out all of the details of these skills' perks, along with showing them a few other options of skill orbs I farmed, then finally share the exact skills that I offered to them through my Rising Emperor's domain, so they can test them out to see how they like them before committing to anything. After about 20 minutes of playing around with many skills, both of them agree with my initial reasoning and decide these are their best options. They each swallow their blue orb, and I watch blue system energy spread throughout each of their bodies in an instant, then disperse into thin air moments later. Both mythic grade stealth and extreme grade wind summoning now appear on their status windows. Without me having to share the skills, Luna flies through the sky on gusts of wind, and Eri disappears and reappears in and out of thin air all over the dungeon, even trying out his ranked up buffs with this skill too, and finding that he can shoot arrows and keep them invisible up until they make contact with their target. Both of them come down to thank me again. Then I place a hand on both of their shoulders and bring us to the Solaran Dungeon Hub in Sector 4. The morning sun fully rises, and they walk out into the busy streets, off to the abyss outside of the city. I wave them off. I wish you two the best of luck again. I hope to see you soon after you've found what you are looking for. Once I get back to Sector 2, I have a similar conversation with all of my other teammates, giving them teleport crystals and showing them skill orbs, presenting the option to gain a single permanent new ability if they wish. Monk refuses to add any skills to his status, while Abby and Maria don't find anything they particularly like. As soul energy users, their fighting style and battle strategies are honed to their current skills, and the only mythic grade options I have left right now are swordsmanship and body hardening. They feel as though I'll most likely find something better in the future, and don't need to use their one chance at acquiring a new skill right now. I feel the same, but thought I might as well give them the option. Fisher and Lydia, on the other hand, may already be element and chi users, but additional skills added to their arsenal would be very helpful. I go down my list and let them try out each skill I have available for them to try over the next 30 minutes before they come to their conclusions. Fisher wants a legendary intimidation skill, as he is a very head-on battle-oriented fighter, while Lydia is more of a technical fighter and wants the lifesteal skill to give her an edge in longer battles, where she may not be able to outclass her opponent in some fronts. I picture my battle against the 43rd floor boss last night, and decide Lydia has made a very good choice. Fisher's need for a scare factor using intimidation may be a very useful trait when leading troops into battle, or overwhelming similarly strengthened opponents to give a mental edge. I give him a few other personal recommendations for other skills, but he stays fixated on intimidation. His stubbornness on this point may actually be for the better. From an army standpoint, this is probably the best thing he could pick to target opponents and work as a leader of a team. It is a powerful tool, especially when paired with Lydia's skill, so I nod with approval. I take out the 2 legendary grade skill orbs and they both swallow them on the spot, erupting with blue system energy and having these new skills added to their status instantly. We all talk for a while longer about the future, and I bring them in the loop about the upcoming B-class exams and the investigation I have planned in the Apex region. We all come to conclusions about what we should be doing in the meantime. Monk wants to bring his sleeping master back to the monastery and see if he can use some old chi techniques to wake him up or speed up the recovery process. I believe this is a good idea, as maybe it will give us more clues on how to wake everyone else up in the Galeheart Tower too. Fisher and Lydia still have yet to awaken their soul energy, so during Monk's off time, they want to train with him to improve their hand-to-hand combat and absorb more chi in an isolated environment inside the monastery. Maria and Abby want to work on their soul energy too. They've decided to go into closed-door cultivation beneath the 3rd tower, where the high-density chi crystals are growing. This will not only stimulate their soul energy cores, but will also be a much-needed extra layer of security. I inform everyone that I will continue overseeing the construction process here, and use my MeCP sharing perk to make the Flame Emperor's army far stronger than before. I invite them to come back to Sector 2 and join me to farm MeCP whenever they wish. The monsters in the labyrinth on floors 30 to 39 aren't a higher level than us anymore, so the mana control gains are lower percent-wise than when we first farmed there. But even so, it is still much more efficient than learning mana control the old-fashioned way. They agree, and I see them off to Sector 1, carefully transporting Monk's sleeping master with them to the monastery, and ensuring that the security protocols for the final tower in the Royal Coin District are being held true. Once they have all been situated, I get back to the Crimson City and receive the new order form from Maurice's construction team and take a trip back to Vice City in order to place a 25 platinum order. It is almost 5 times the volume as the last one we placed, but I saw the many sheets of plans that he has outlined, And this is exactly the direction I'd like this growing city to head toward. The Unity Building Supply co-promises that my order will be fulfilled and ready in a warehouse in under 3 days. There are many unique materials and an extremely high quantity this time around, so a little longer response time is within expectations. I pay in full and leave immediately, thanking them with an extra platinum bar, just like last time, to ensure they keep our dealings a secret between us. I can tell the father and son duo are still in disbelief at my order volume. Their wide eyes and shocked expressions at the pile of precious metal on the table make me chuckle a bit as I walk out the front door. This has been a very productive morning. Now, there is only a few more things to do. I finally make it back to the Crimson City in Sector 2 and head over to the portion of the apartment complex where most of the army recruits that fought alongside me in the war against the Dark One reside. There is a lounge area where many of them hang out and socialize in the morning. Unlike the common villagers I walk by in the town, the elite members of the army recognize my face the moment I enter their lounge, and many stand at attention with respect, stop the conversations they were having, and await orders. I reach into my item storage and pull out 5 elemental skill orbs, letting them spin around slowly in a circle while I speak up. All right, I hope you all had a good celebration and a nice time off after the war. I am going to need all of you that fought by my side to meet me here by noon. Be geared up and ready to fight some monsters. Spread the word to those who aren't here in the lounge. I have a special gift for everyone and a decision I need you all to individually make. Then, we'll be heading back to the dungeons to train. Chapter 512. Over the next hour or so, more recruits make their way to the small lounge area filled with couches, chairs, tables, and random food and magic items left over from whatever leisure activities they were doing before I came. The 3 elemental squad leaders are here, and naturally, the others split into the 3 groups they were training and fighting in together. I pull the skill orbs out from my item storage again and let them slowly rotate around my open palm. Today, I'll be giving each of you a chance to permanently add an elemental skill to your status. I look at each of the squad leaders too, and for those of you that already have elements, I am going to give you an assortment of skills to choose from. But I have a recommendation I believe would be optimal for each of you. I explain how the orbs work, and we all set off to the dungeons so each of them can test out the various elements I have available through my temporary skill share. After about an hour of flying through the air, summoning elements, and destroying large areas of dungeon mass, everyone comes to their conclusions rather quickly. The majority of fighters are split between earth, wind, and fire. Earth is far more common in the defensive types that already have body hardening or similar skills. Air magic is common for long-range attackers and speed types. It also makes air travel much faster. Lastly, fire is a common choice for those that use close-range combat and want more destructive blows. The 3 original elemental squad leaders choose the skill that I recommended to them, self-regeneration. They test out many of the ones I have available, but my reasoning for them being on the front lines and leading attacks and training sessions sticks with them. If they have the ability to lose limbs, or take blows that would normally incapacitate them, and get up to keep fighting like nothing happened, it will be a very valuable skill as leaders. They agree and accept graciously. All at once, the 37 army recruits swallow the blue orbs and erupt with system energy, adding new skills to their statuses in an instant. Perfect. Now, let's get to work. I bring them all back to the 19th floor of the Vice City Labyrinth, where we left off last before the war, and share absorption with them, so they can collect Maki from every kill. Bursts of elemental magic light up the dungeon, as they head off following their 3 team leaders in search of berserker giants to continue their training. My Rising Emperor's domain fills nearly the entire dungeon's volume, so I don't have to stay close to each individual party. As long as I am in the same dungeon as them, they're still able to farm. At the rate they're each killing monsters now, they'll be able to gain a few million MXP an hour each. Once they're a little stronger, I'll bring them to higher floors, and their rate of NP absorption will exponentially increase. Meanwhile, back in the Crimson City, I've tasked one of my body doubles to begin making detailed signs inside of the guild hall with pricing amounts I am willing to pay for every kind of loot inside of the Canyon of Dungeons. Each item is outlined with the maximum amount needed this month in order to satisfy Bry's crafts. and I split the remaining 12.5% of the total order's revenue, 22.5 platinum, into reasonable payouts aligning with the rarity and difficulty of farming each item. The bulk of the items needed are E and D grade dungeon drops, and thousands of them are necessary, so it is easy to price these out at a few silver per item drop. Most beginner hunters will be able to farm a few of these and make quite a good living. The C grade items are priced far higher, up to a few gold per drop. I don't believe anyone in this town that isn't a part of the army can farm these just yet, but I'll still leave them up for people to try. Most likely, some of the army recruits will go off and fulfill these orders once they have some free time. I am not worried about it. This is most importantly to get people used to the system and stimulate the economy a bit. Right now, it is technically losing me money. I could just farm everything myself, but it will be far more convenient for me once my trading deals expand, and I can't physically farm enough materials myself. Once all of the signs with pricing are made, I show up to Dan Stryker's mercenary bar and tell him to break the news about extra work being available at the Guildhall, if anyone wants it. I have my double that is guarding the isolation pod with Ember inside do some extra work, having it wait just above the bunker entrance inside the center room and answer all questions from passers-by. Once a few people come by interested in the details of farming and payouts. By the end of the night, over 24 people have come by in total. My second double stays high above the town to do general surveillance, while my third and final double watches over the dungeons to make sure that everyone entering them is able to handle the monsters inside. Some may challenge higher grade dungeons than they're ready for, so I'll lightly regulate the canyon for now to make sure they don't kill themselves just for an extra silver coin or two. For those that come by, I offer high-grade gear that fits their needs for free as a one-time deal. After the first, they will have to buy it in a basic marketplace. I'll be setting up in the Guildhall in the upcoming days. Not only will people be able to hand in item drops for profit, I'll be selling crafted gear, mana crystals, and various magic items so they can buy what they wish for personal use as well. 3 days pass. As expected, the farming operation starts off slow, but word of mouth spreads, and I even have to go to Vice City to exchange some of the platinum I am sitting on for gold and silver coins to craft them into the Flame Emperor's coins to keep up with the expected volume in the future. In just these past 3 days, almost 10% of the E&D grade items necessary have been farmed. On day 1, it was less than 1%, and every day the volume is rising as I give them region potions to heal their fatigue and more word of mouth spreads. I am looking forward to further growth to meet this deadline that now has 27 days remaining. We're right on track. The members of the army that have been training in the labyrinth all have grown very quickly too. In just 2 days, all of them have blown past level 500 and ranked up, making it to the 30th floor, gaining a few 100 million max P each. By the end of the 3rd day, all of them managed to clear the 30th floor boss solo, surpassing level 750. And, as a congratulatory gift for making it this far, I craft a special blood-bonded piece of gear with the extreme grade element stones. They've managed to farm themselves matching with their elements. As we move on to the final stretch of floors, 31 and onward, I see this team of elemental elites becoming an unstoppable army. My goal over the next few weeks is to get every one of them to level 1000 with the mana control and combat ability to match it. After another long, hard day of training, they all go back to the residential area and relax and have their off time while I get more work done. They all may be rising in mana control drastically, but none of them are near my level where they basically don't have to sleep at all anymore. Every 30 minutes or so while we were training in the labyrinth, I went up to the 39th floor to collect more firestones. At night while everyone slept, I continued to farm. After these sessions, I've managed to farm 136 more containment stones and have collapsed 14 more dungeons, with them ranging from E to D far out in the solitude of the desert. I have more than enough luminite now to create multiple teleport platforms. So my plan is to see Brienne craft hers while I deliver the first installment of her raw farmed dungeon materials. Along with this, the construction materials needed to begin Phase 2 for the Crimson City's expansion are ready for pickup. This order will be enough to build over 5 times the housing that is available in the city now. It will also expand and fortify the Guildhall to look more professional and efficient. More streets and buildings in the outer areas of the town will be made to produce another 20 to 30 shops around the new apartments. And most importantly, enough materials are being purchased to begin making a road as a proper trade route, connecting the nearby sectors and smaller isolated villages. So, as the sun sets, I hop into a dungeon and teleport to Vice City to get things in motion. Chapter 513. The first thing I do once I get back to Vice City is visit Bree. I deliver the first 10% of supplies necessary for crafts, and she places them into item boxes so that her craftsmen can begin sorting and making them into magic items starting tomorrow. After this, we brainstorm for a while and come up with a few ways to build her teleportation platform, rehashing old ideas and coming up with new ones too. I propose my stealth bunker idea to her and pull out a sheet of a grade shielding to test my theory for the concept I'd like to try. Using my mythic grade craftsmanship and imbuing my mythic grade stealth, I give the shielding a new attribute that makes it completely invisible to mana senses below my mana control. The sheet of material creates what looks like an invisible wall that I stand behind in the middle of her study. I am completely invisible to her senses. It is a new version of mana shielding protection, and I've now named it stealth shielding. Both of us walk down to the lower floor of her workshop, the small cellar area right below the ground level floor. I use earth magic to manipulate the concrete and begin easily carving out another room below this one. It is about 10 times 10 meters, with a high 4-meter ceiling. There is only one small square opening that leads upward. I coat the walls with new A-grade stealth shielding everywhere else. Looking in from the outside, it is as if it isn't even here. I pull out the same containment jar I used before, full of luminite, a 5x5 sheet of shielding to use as a crafting base, and a mountain of newly farmed mana crystals from my nightly labyrinth raids. Then I share my mythic grade craftsmanship skill with Bri and speak up while motioning her forward. It is your platform, so please, you do the honors. After a few flashes of bright white light, Bri uses up about a third of what is inside the luminite reserves and makes herself a fully usable platform along with over 400 teleport crystals from the leftover mana. She even attempts a craft without using the mythic grade interface and is able to craft more transport crystals with her legendary grade skill, because there are no extremely complex crafts happening that need the mythic grade interface. She is already the owner of the platform. I take a handful of crystals and place them into my item storage, along with the leftover luminite, along with creating a special 2-layer hatch. The top is made of ordinary concrete that blends in with the floor, and the bottom half is stealth-imbued shielding to complete the seal to the secret room. We plan to meet again in a few days once her contacts in the Bedrock region get her some real scannable association IDs sourced for Ember and me. I leave with a smile and head off to the industrial sector of Vice City to pick up the rest of the construction supplies. Once I arrive, the older woman assistant leads me to 3 separate warehouses full of building materials, just like before. 2 of them are similar in size to the last warehouse I picked up supplies from, and the third is at least 10 times as large. The goods I ordered stretch over a full kilometer in length, and it still only fills up a quarter of this mega warehouse space. As we strike up a conversation from location to location, she explains that years ago, in the old era, they used to fill orders of this size regularly. But with earth magic users and dungeon material becoming more abundant in construction, they don't get newer customers like me anymore. She even offers me trucks again to ship everything out. But I politely refuse and ask to be alone in the warehouses as I cover the cameras and let the enormous amount of materials fall into my item storage. I make sure to thank her for the privacy and tell her I'll be back at some point for an even bigger order in the future. The sky is jet black with only dim starlight once I get back to Sector 2, but I work on crafting another 5 warehouses far away from the Crimson City next to the one I made before, so I can store all these items here for the construction workers when they start their shift tomorrow. 4 days pass. Life in the Crimson City goes on, as usual. I meet with the craftsman team before they start Phase 2 of construction and bring them to the labyrinth to power level them, making sure all of their skills are legendary and gifting those who want them extreme strength and others extreme earth magic to help with their day-to-day tasks. They begin making two more large residential areas, along with streets filled with empty storefronts to prepare for expansion. A special team gets tasked with building the guild hall up, making offices and specific rooms inside. And my body double that works there, helps with making sure everything is made exactly how I'd like it. Another team gets to work on the small prison rehabilitation system, and all of the slaves that I've been forcing labor upon get formal sentences drawn up. I used my lie detector skill to find out how long they worked for their gang leaders and multiplied this time by the number of slaves they personally kidnapped and forced to do labor. I've added additional years depending on how many innocents they've killed. Some are new to the trade and only have 6 to 12 months of time to serve, while others are longtime grunts, right-hand men to their old leaders. Their sentences are many, many years. The reactions are mixed. Some are thankful that I am giving them a second chance at life, while others are resentful and still look at me with the eyes of killers. It doesn't matter to me. These are the rules I've put in place, and they must follow. I dose them with the elixir of suggestion again and give them back to the construction team under Maurice to get them back to work. Meanwhile, over these 4 days, the Make CP farming with the elemental elites progresses very quickly. Although their raw talent isn't as impressive as my teammates, they all still manage to make it up to floor 38 and 39 by the end of this cycle. Each individual has managed to absorb over 1 billion MP, and some groups of them can take out the massive sandworms on the 38th floor, while only a single team of 12, led by the Fire Elemental Squad leader Rachel, is able to take down the base-level elite Minotaurs. No one is capable of defeating the mutant on the 39th floor yet, but it's a work in progress. They still need more raw power and technical training. Another bottleneck is the pure amount of monsters we're able to fight at these higher floors. The respawn rate is relatively slow for 37 hunters looking to all gain power quickly. So, we stay in the floor 33 to 35 range for the most efficient Make CP farming most of the days. However, when everyone is fresh at the beginning of every session, we go up to the higher floors to test their combat abilities with high-intensity battles and to farm pure level gains. I hope to see them all be able to take on the 39th floor boss alone by the time we finish another week of training. It seems like a reasonable goal. Then, I'll actually be on track to ranking them all up a second time before this month is over. During my downtime, I continue to farm element stones and collapse dungeons out in the desert. Over 4 more days, I managed to farm 188 more, collapsing 20 E-grade dungeons. I've found that it takes fewer containment stones worth of MP to collapse an E-grade dungeon, but the mass of luminite that falls out is exactly the same as the mass that comes from D-grade dungeons. It's far more time and energy efficient to target E-grade dungeons when farming luminite. However, I am not sure if this is entirely true. I may be inefficiently farming luminite altogether. Every D-grade dungeon that I've collapsed, I've shrunk down to an E-grade dungeon before fully destroying it. So, I haven't found a way to tell if this affects the total luminite mass that falls out yet. Considering this, I begin to change things up during my nightly tests, and I come across quite an interesting phenomenon. It has gotten to the point where I have to travel further than 400 kilometers, out into the desert sometimes, to find new rogue dungeons. Now, with over 300 full containment stones, with roughly 7 billion MP stored inside each one, I've been constantly thinking up ways to use this energy. At 4:30 in the morning, roughly 470 kilometers away from the Crimson City, so far away that the terrain has changed from desert to grasslands, hinting that I am nearing the border of Sector 3, I finally decide to do another test with a fresh E-grade dungeon. It is a standard mountain terrain dungeon, and there are wolves inside, ranging from level 40 to 50. These are the most common dungeons I find out here in the low mana density areas of the empty space between civilizations. Instead of using a newly crafted empty containment stone in this dungeon, I pull out one of the full containment stones and set it down in the center of the dungeon. It slowly gives off mana radiation, but overall, the stone is fairly stable. A few hundred MP leaks out every minute. It'd take forever to naturally decay and release all of its energy. So, I fly far away, over 2 kilometers in distance to the edge of the dungeon near the exit portal, and aim a high-powered mana slash back in the direction I came. Using my new mythic grade telekinesis skill upgrade, I am able to easily aim this shot with pinpoint accuracy onto the target. The moment the slash hits the containment stone, it shatters and releases its energy. I jump out of the exit portal and let chaos ensue. In the darkness of the open flatlands, I watch the blue glowing portal slowly shift from blue to red, and a grin comes across my face. A dungeon break? I wait a few more minutes before jumping back inside the portal to find a massive hole torn through the center of the mountainous dungeon, and billions of MP being absorbed into the natural dungeon mass. The wolves that respawn after this blast are surprisingly all level 50 to 55, and some have odd mutant traits like fire magic or intimidation. Unlike the normal level 40 to 50 monsters in this dungeon, I've seen the levels of monsters go down every time I steal mana from a dungeon, and now I see there is potential to make them go up as well. It gets me curious about many things. Is there a limit to how high a certain dungeon's monster levels can go? Is that why there are breaks? Can this process of decreasing and increasing monster levels work in labyrinths too? As these ideas rush through my head, the only conclusion is that I just need to test things out and see. I let another full containment stone fall from my inventory and repeat the process, firing a high-density mana slash at it and hopping out the dungeon exit. My eyes widen once I get outside and watch the bright red portal slowly shift back to blue. It stabilized the dungeon. I jump inside again, and the entire terrain inside begins to shift and change before my eyes. The mountainous environment becomes more of a thicker forest area, and a new variant of high E-grade orc monsters level 60 to 70 start to spawn in. The wolves dissolve back into the dungeon, along with the rocky terrain like they were never even here. And everything starts to click into place as I come up with plausible theories for what I've just witnessed. Dungeons break when too much mana is brought inside them. The most common procedure hunters use to stop these breaks is to kill the final boss and collapse the entire dungeon. A precaution many guilds, and the association itself use to keep dungeons at bay, is to constantly farm them, taking resources away to balance out the mana brought in by hunters and the natural mana in the air that flows in. I've just found another way to stop a break. Instead of bringing it back down to its old stable level, it is possible to push the dungeon to evolve and grow to hit a stable level at a higher level rank. Just like a labyrinth adds floors over many years of farming mana from hunters, it seems it is possible to increase the strength of a singular dungeon in the same way. My mind races with more questions, but I decide to just do a few more tests, adding about 10 more containment stones to this dungeon and bringing the level of monsters inside above level 100. In just over an hour and roughly 70 billion additional MP still left in my storage, there is over 2 trillion MP worth of containment stones. And I decide if I am going to be using this resource on anything to raise its value, it should be in the dungeons back by the Crimson City. My mind fixates specifically on the high B-grade dungeon, far below the others, that I have sectioned off for personal use. It could be an incredibly valuable resource if I could make the monsters inside it even stronger. The sun is starting to rise, and I have another full day of training to get back to today with the army. In addition to this, Bry should be coming by today for a check-in too. I'll be letting this brand new D-grade dungeon sit for a while. If it is still stable with no adverse effects of foreign mana being injected into it after a full day passes, that will be a good sign that it is safe to begin tests on dungeons. Closer to home. Chapter 514. I use a teleport crystal to transport back to the Crimson City, then collect the loot that has been farmed by all of the townspeople over the last 4 days for my body double in the guild hall. It is an additional 20% of the total necessary. Most of the C-grade items have been handed in by the army recruits after training hours. Adding this to the 10% farmed earlier in the week, that is 30% of the total. At this rate, I'll have everything I need well before the deadline. I stop by the residential area where most of the army recruits stay and send a message to the 3 squad leaders that training will be delayed a few hours this morning. If they'd like to train in the dungeons while I am out, my double is there to help them. But Make-P farming and supervised high-floor labyrinth training won't start until I am done with some business. Once the word begins to spread, I crush another transport crystal and make it to the stealth bunker beneath Bry's workshop in Vice City to deliver the goods. I give her a telepathy greeting that I've arrived, then walk up through the floors as all of her workers stay focused on their morning tasks. She collects the raw farmed item drops, then reaches under her desk with a smile and shows me something I've been waiting for. Your IDs. I sourced these both from 2 registered hunters in the Bedrock region that went missing during a series of dangerous high C-grade dungeon breaks a while back. One that got out of hand and monsters actually escaped to the city. Some call it the Bedrock catastrophe. There were over 100 casualties and thousands injured. A few black market contacts managed to retrieve many IDs from the rubble of the break once everything was over. She places 2 C-Class Hunters Association IDs onto her desk. Gotta make money out of whatever you can sometimes. One is labeled Ray Anderson Class, Grade 2 Lightning, and the other, Emery Carter's. Class is Grade 1 Fire. It has been over a year with no sightings of either of them. They had no families, no friends, and no work relationships. Other than a handful of merchants in the heart of Bedrock City, they were never pronounced dead or even reported missing. I have guaranteed confirmation they are dead, but looking from the outside, it is a plausible story that the 2 of them went off-grid and trained up above level 500, and have now finally resurfaced to try and take the B-class exams. So, if anyone asks, that is where you've been. I nod and look down at the cards again to see the pictures of 2 young men. Both around 25 years old if I had to guess. Ray has black hair and tan skin, while Emery is more fair-skinned with bright red hair. My gaze turns up to Bree, and I chuckle. Is this what you think we look like? It is pretty similar, and even the names sound like ours. Ray and Emery, like Jay and Ember. How'd you? Bree shrugs, then pushes the cards forward on the desk. I have quite the selection to choose from. There is a large network of identity theft in the black market beneath the 8 great regions. The Dark Continent isn't the only place shady business thrives. If you gave me enough time, a few months, I could have even had perfect matches made for you. Name, face, skills, class, and even scannable to the association. But considering you are dead to them, and well known as one of the former Vice Region's elites, I assumed some names that don't match exactly were a better fit for you 2. I nod and take the cards off the table. You are right. That was a good decision. Now, what is with the grading next to their names? A Grade 2 Lightning and a Grade 1 Fire. I've never seen that before. Every region has their own unique grading system at their association branch. The only thing every region shares in common is the letter grade. The Bedrock IDs have a second signature on them, showing your element type if you have 1 and the power level on it. Grade 1 just means basic grade. Grade 2 is advanced. I place the IDs into my item storage and nod. Got it. So it looks like I'll be a lightning wielder during the exams. That is right. I'll be submitting your new names to Rodrigo this week to have him get you 2 registered. Great, Bree nods, satisfied that I am happy with her work in securing these IDs, and begins sorting through the piles of raw item drops I've managed to get for her. I help out with the sorting too for a few minutes, using telekinesis from a distance, and thinking about a new large craft I want built in the city. Over the last few days, the construction teams have been moving very quickly, especially thanks to the new skills I granted some of them, and the power leveling to bring all their current skills up to legendary grade. At this rate, they'll be moving on to the next phase of the project soon, which is building out a trade route through the desert from the Crimson City through many small self-sustaining villages out in the desert. Plus, connecting the city itself to major networks like Valor City, and eventually even Solara. With this in mind, the possibility of new people coming by for trade, or even wanting the option to stay in the Crimson City, will be a reality. I want to have a place where outsiders can trade freely and interact with those that want the interactions. But I also want a secluded area within the city where only members of my Rising Emperor's domain can interact. So, I asked Bri a question. Do you know any way to make long-lasting force fields? Like mana shielding, but invisible, and only harmful to certain people. As these words leave my mouth, I remember how when I was first challenging the Dark One, flying over the desert and releasing deadly waves of fire imbued with soul energy, those under my protection were not burned by my flames. I want to create something like this to protect the town, but I am not sure how to even start going about it. Bree thinks for a moment to herself and shakes her head. I am not sure. She walks over to her hidden bookcase, turning the dagger on the shelf by the wall to open it up again and reveal a few old books, pointing at them. Feel free to look through these if you wish. You might find something. I haven't memorized them all. I walk over and do as she says, using telekinesis to gently pick up each old crafting book and sift through them. Some are printed, others are handwritten, and some aren't even books. They're just papers stacked together with old crafting recipes inside. While I flip through the pages, Bree continues to sort the raw items I brought for her today. Despite the look of many of these books, most of the crafting recipes are common knowledge to someone like me that has a mythic grade crafting skill. However, they do give interesting insight to certain crafts, even though they aren't exactly what I am looking for. I find that there are certain ways to imbue elements and skills into items using large amounts of people's blood, even at the special grade or legendary grade rating of a craftsmanship skill. As long as the blood is being drawn while the skill is activated, and the craftsman uses enough mana as a catalyst, there is a non-zero chance that mythic grade crafts like imbuing skills into items are plausible. There are even rare cases where makeshift skill orbs were created by chance, with long sessions of blood draining to craft special items, and even infusions to swap the blood of the skill holder to a person that wants that skill. A lot of these trials seem highly illegal, and there are even notes of a number of casualties during some trials. But they have notations here that the experiments have worked. Although no skill transfers or consumable orbs in these trials seem to be permanent, some of them do last up to 3 to 6 months in some cases. Others have reported certain aspects of skills staying in their systems longer, but to a far less potent degree than even a basic, no-grade skill. I've heard of people buying skills in the past before, and even seen some association workers with over 2 skills in their status. I can only assume they've managed to find a replicable way to do the same, but from what I've gathered here, it is nowhere near as safe, seamless, and permanent as my version of skill orbs. I scan the books more and more, looking for keywords like shielding, barrier, or force field. But nothing other than recipes for mana shielding come up in my searches. There is only one single paper that shows something remotely similar to what I am attempting to make. It is a self-recorded study done by one craftsman that managed to reach level 500 many years back. Despite being a craftsman by day, he also fought in dungeons by night, and mostly used defensive gear and spawn camping tactics to power level himself higher in search of new levels of crafting. His ranked up buff reflected his battle tactics, and he awakened a force field buff just like the one I am trying to make. It allowed objects to come in that he wanted, and pushed objects away that were perceived as dangerous to him. After many tests, his detailed notes show him using a similar method to the crude blood-draining rituals of skill imbuement. But while having his buff activated the whole time, he managed to imbue this buff into many objects over his years of testing. These include shields, swords, and even mana shielding itself to make barriers that would let certain objects in and out according to the parameters he sets. Once I get to the end of the page, I flip it around to read more, but there is nothing left. I search through all of the other notes and books a second time, trying to find his name in any other papers or books, but it never shows up. The floating papers all drift back to the bookshelf, and I hold only the one in my hand, then turn to Bree, who has finished her item sorting. I think I found what I am looking for. Well, at least something close to it. She smiles. Good. Now I have a busy day of meetings and crafting to get to with these new items. I look up at a clock on the wall and see that over an hour and a half has gone by while I was immersed in the papers. Oh yes, I have a long day ahead of me too. Thanks, Bree, for the IDs and this paper. I'll see you soon. I crush a teleport crystal and come back to the Crimson City with about an hour left to kill before the time I said I'd be back to train the recruits again. In this time, I have a few new crafting methods to try out. I make my way out to the open desert right outside of the city about 1 kilometer away, and begin merging high B-grade items from the labyrinth, with large amounts of blood imbued with the same fiery soul energy that I used to burn my enemies but protect my allies. Many of the item drops just burn up on the spot, or turn into various unstable and cursed items. However, after using self-regeneration to regrow all the blood in my body over 5 times, I finally get a stable reading once I try imbuing this energy into a sheet of a grade shielding. It shifts to become blood red, but doesn't instantly decay or show any difference on its appraisal reading. However, I am positive it is different. There is soul energy inside the shielding now, and it is continuously radiating its energy in place. I want to see if it has the same properties as I'd wished for, so I fly back to the city and ask for one of the prisoners to take a few minutes off of his shift, as well as a random townsperson. They both stand out in the desert with clueless looks on their faces, as I point to the red glowing square of shielding on the ground, while I myself am flickering with black fire in my Flame Emperor's disguise. Both of you touch it, then step back. If it harms you, I'll repay you the damages and more. Both of them hesitantly walk forward and lean down to touch the red glowing metal. The man who shares a link of loyalty with me pushes his hand right through the energy easily and touches the pure metal backing like nothing is there. His confusion turns to a smile as he lifts his hand out from the red aura, and it appears nothing at all has happened to him. The prisoner pushes his hand through just like this man. And the opposite happens. He does not share the same link of loyalty that the other man does through my buff, and the fiery soul energy reacts much differently with him. The instant his hand touches the energy of the red aura, it begins to melt away. His fingers to forearm disintegrate to nothing before he yells and pulls his hand back, and the place that last made contact continues to burn with dark red flames. Even as he falls back, the fire continues to burn him, creeping down his arm before I use a dense mana blade to cut it off right above the flames. Still, now he is dripping blood into the sand, but I throw him a mythic grade regeneration potion, and he drinks it without question with eyes filled with fear. I stare forward at the red glowing square of shielding while the man's arm starts to slowly regrow and come up with another idea. I'll take a month off your sentence for every test you continue to do with me. Well, you have no choice, but that is the offer I am giving you. I turn to the man that already has a link of loyalty with me and nod. Thank you for trusting me. You don't have to proceed if you don't want to, but your help would be appreciated. I'll give you a gold for every test you do with me if you want. If all goes well, you should never have to worry as long as we're still connected through the link made when you first entered the city. He takes a deep breath, and I go into further detail about what I am trying to make. After clarification, he agrees to help, understanding that he is not the one in danger here. The tests go on for another full 30 minutes as I manage to imbue more soul energy infused blood into more shielding, and exactly the same result comes back. I even create a ring of shielding about 15 m wide, and when imbuing soul energy infused blood into the entirety of the outside, it makes a small red-tinted dome. This is exactly what I am looking for. I try to do the math, thinking about how large this city will grow to be. It is already a few kilometers in distance from the far area of warehouses to the guild and residential areas. The Canyon of Dungeons needs to be protected from outsiders too, and that is another few kilometers away as well. I need to make a dome at least 10 kilometers wide to fit everything I want in the inner city, and I don't have anywhere near enough shielding to produce something that large right now. Even if I asked for every last piece of scrapped a grade shielding from the Valor City Towers, that wouldn't be enough. I need to get creative. As the time ticks down before my training session with the elemental elites, I rack my brain for more options. Then an idea comes to mind. My blood-bonded infinite essence of regeneration. It is the product of the 7th ranked Dark Guard's clear energy crystal and silver metallic arrowhead left behind from the 2nd ranked Dark Guard. It is malleable and can form into whatever shape I desire. It is also high enough grade that I believe it won't become a cursed item when I try to craft with it. I think about it a little longer, then decide to go for it, making the silver substance float in front of me and expand in the air. I stare forward, concentrating, and form the liquid into the shape of a large dome, twice the size of the one I made with the mana shielding moments ago. I use the same amount of blood and soul energy, and the same reaction follows. The outside of the silver dome tints bright red instantly. My eyes widen at the sight, and I decide to expand the metallic dome. As I do, the red barrier around it grows in size but lessens in density. The same amount of energy as I started with spreads out to create a larger dome. I make the base of the dome 100 m in diameter before I stop, then place a hand on the outer silver layer. I can feel every bit of it. The item is blood bonded with me, and the soul energy surrounding it feels as if it is still connected to me. Yet there is now more room in my core to recharge it with mana and chi later. I hold the soul energy in place just how it is for a few minutes straight, then take a deep breath and begin to let the metallic dome disappear starting at the top. The thin silver metal disappears, but the large red dome stays in place exactly the same form. Once the silver metal hits the sand near the bottom, I stop making it shrink, and all that is left is a massive silver ring, keeping the huge red dome formation steady in the air. I motion for my 2 test subjects to do as I say. The one connected through my link walks through the red wall of energy like there isn't anything there but open air. The grunt hesitantly touches the wall again and jumps back once it starts to burn him. I stare up at my creation with awe and picture it at a much larger scale, covering the entire city as a final line of defense. I let the prisoner heal and thank the villager again, making sure to repay them both with what I promised and have them go back to their daily lives. The villager is escorted back to the bar, and I bring the worker back to the construction crew, asking Maurice for an updated map of the city so I can plan out how exactly I'll make this happen once I need to do it at a larger scale. As I place the map into my storage, I see the infinite essence of regeneration is not on my status at all anymore. It is an independent object out in the distance holding up the red dome in the desert. I come back alone and it is still standing perfectly. Placing my hand on the edge of the barrier, I let soul energy leak out from my palm, and the coloring gets much denser as the barrier itself gets stronger. Satisfied with the results here, I swallow 3 full chi pills and plunder a few mana crystals to restore the soul energy lost during these tests. Unlike chi and mana separately, the perfect mixture between the two that is soul energy doesn't regenerate instantly. I hardly used up 10% of my core for the tests done today, but recovering this much will still take about 2 hours to come back to its 100% natural, fully usable state. I float down to the desert ground level and touch the metallic circle that keeps this dome steady. Once I do, it re-equips to my status, and I instantly reform its malleable state back into a small ring that fits around my finger. Instead of just being silver like it was before, it now glows red, but the soul energy is leaking out of it at a fairly steady rate. I can tell it is not permanently imbued. The large part of this structure that kept it stable has now disappeared, and I watch the dome of red energy begin to drift away into the atmosphere like residue from an attack. I make sure to take notes of everything that has happened today, adding my own experiments to the pool of data that craftsmen have collected, then place it all into my item storage before heading to the residential area to meet the elemental army. I have a long day of Max P farming to do. Then, I need to make a visit to Monk at the monastery in Valor City to pick up some more chi pills if I want to attempt creating a stable barrier that covers this entire settlement. Chapter 5:15. The day goes on, and I continue training the elites in the labyrinth. Over the last week, while bringing them all from the lower level 400s to now mid-level 900s, I've gained a fair share of MP myself, especially while training alone at night. My focus right now is mainly training my troops and expanding the city, but I still want to find a way to get stronger and climb higher floors of the labyrinth too if I can. The billions of MP gains that add to my energy control are slightly noticeable, but there are no overwhelming increases in strength. My best gauge of power is to think back to the creature I battled on the 43rd floor atop that mountain, and I am sure even with the strength gains I have now, that fight wouldn't have been any easier. To improve and have a chance against the 44th floor, I need a drastic change in the style of training, or find a way to create an isolation pod myself. Even throughout all the notes I read through this morning, there was no mention of anything like it at all. It seems the one Ember is in now is the only one left, and possibly my only reference to try to recreate one in the future. For now, I stick to the tasks at hand and make my way to Valor City once the training session for today is over. Once I arrive, I am greeted by Lith and his lobbymen, and he takes me on a quick tour to explain what I've missed out on while I was busy. We make our way through the rooms of fighters that were rescued, and they're all in comas with life support and feeding tubes attached to them. Lith comments on the situation. Not a single one has died. They have no life-threatening illness or anything. They just won't wake up. It is as if their bodies are using all of their energy to heal a wound that isn't there. I do full body scans of every one of the 93 fighters, over half of which are over level 500. None of them have gained any of their status features back. They're wiped completely clean. There doesn't seem to be any major disruptions in their natural mana flow either. Every single one of them seems to be able to move energy around their bodies at a normal rate. However, Lith is right. The way they are moving this mana is interesting. It is as if they're all subconsciously attempting the same thing. It looks exactly the same as the mana flow within me when the perk of my self-regeneration skill detoxifies alcohol or poison in my system. High levels of mana control can create a similar effect to a lesser degree, healing people faster than the average unawakened human. The only problem is, there is nothing for their systems to heal. The same useless cycle is going on repeat. Even after we leave the building and make our way into the streets of the inner city, this phenomenon irks me. I'll find a way to fix them. Please, keep them in a stable state until I find a cure. Lith nods and promises to do so as we walk past the 2 sites of the old Dark One's towers that have been stripped from the kilometer, high skyscrapers down to open plots of land in the center of the city. The 3rd tower has 8 guards outside. There are 2 black knights on each side of the tower, and I can sense that the shielding is doubled up just as I requested. And there is now an elevator and multiple empty floors that lead up to each of them. Lith waves for his guards to step aside, and we enter the lobby. I see the floor in the center of the room is still sealed off to the public, but it isn't my earth magic from before. It is a combination of Maria and Abby's earth and ice. I sense blue and green soul energy within the mass created to cover the underground entrance. Not a drop of chi comes out, and I nod with approval. I assume they haven't come out since they went in. Lith shakes his head. Yes, but, well, no. The man from the monastery did come by with a few devices a few times, but the 2 women that went down never came back up. I nod, picturing Monk bringing down supplies to farm chi pills, while Abby and Maria are cultivating in the high chi density environment. Makes sense. We better not disturb them then. I'll go check on Monk in the Platinum District. I pause. I guess I don't really need a wristband anymore, or have to use the main entrances to go into the actual city. Lith shrugs. The only person that can punish you for breaking the rules is the leader of this city. So, are you going to tell on yourself? I roll my eyes and chuckle. I guess not. We walk out of the tower and make our way to the Black Gate inside the Royal Coin section of the city and walk through it to the Platinum District. On the way over, I update him on the volume of orders being crafted and guesstimate how much longer it'll be until I have all the crafted materials ready. Lith stays within the center of the city and waves me off. Very good. You are right on schedule. Just about 3 more weeks before they need to be all ready to ship. I look forward to introducing you to the Sector 3 and regional leaders on the mainland once we deliver the goods. See you soon. The gate shuts behind me, and I make my way through the Platinum District streets as night falls, reaching the Black Pyramid and passing the 2 guards in the narrow hallway that leads inside without them batting an eye. I assume Monk told them I would eventually come by. Once I make contact with the black material that makes this fortress, my system begins to fade in and out like usual, but my soul energy feels completely intact. The mana that has successfully merged with chi isn't negated at all by this stone. Just to be safe, I use only pure chi to open the doors and make my way down into the monastery. I walk through the main hall to try and find the training rooms where Monk usually resides, and let my senses seep through the walls before I pinpoint him in one of the rooms far away. It is just him and his sleeping master in a room alone. I can sense his palms on the old man's chest, and he is releasing high-density waves of chi into his body over and over again as I continue to walk down the hall. Once I get to the black stone door, I wonder if I should disturb the ritual that is going on here. But before I decide, Monk stops and walks over to the door and opens it himself. Long time no see. I've made some progress. Your timing is excellent. As I shake Monk's hand to greet him, I see his master's eyes open in the bed at the back of the room. They look around for a few moments, and Monk leads me over to the side of the bed. A faint whisper comes out of the old man's lips as he makes eye contact with me. I will repay your kindness. You have given me a chance to live again. I will beat this curse. A smile crosses his face and his eyes close while the excess chi that Monk pushed into his body begins to flow out at a natural rate. The old man falls back into his coma-like state, and Monk turns to me. See, I am on the right path here. Last week when I started this treatment, I couldn't get more than an eye twitch out of him. Now he is able to resume consciousness for a few seconds every time I complete a cycle. There is a chance. I nod and stare down at the man, watching how his natural chi flows around his body at a very slow rate. It almost looks normal. There aren't the odd fluctuations and subconscious forced healing cycles that happen with the other lower-level fighters' mana. Interesting. So there is a way to treat them with chi? I turn to Monk. So with enough chi, everyone in that tower could be healed. He nods. Theoretically, yes. But that would be a large use of resources without any proper results yet. Yes, I am not saying to start trials immediately. I am just thinking of ideas. Lith said he is able to keep them healthy in their suspended state for a while. Take all the time you need to heal your master. Monk bows. Of course. Then I respond with the main reason I came here. How has the farming operation on the new crystals been going? I have an unrelated side project that needs a large amount of chi to be completed. Monk smiles and turns to the door. It has been going very well, actually, right this way. We walk down the hall deeper into the monastery, and when we pass one of the training rooms, two incredibly dense forces of chi are colliding at high speeds inside. The flow of chi feels just like Fisher and Lydia's. It is about the same raw strength as when I last saw them use it, but it is far more refined and precise. They've been working on their fighting styles in here with no mana at all for a week straight. I can tell their movements and striking accuracy is improving at fast rates. Monk even comments on them as we pass. They're talented fighters. That man has an ego that powers him on the battlefield, and that woman is sharp. Fisher may have more raw talent than her, but Lydia hasn't lost a single battle. It is always by a hair, but she finds a way to win. Something is driving her to improve every day, but she has never mentioned what it is. I smile, happy to see the two of them are improving while I work, but think about Monk's comments deeper as we continue to walk. Fisher was my mentor for a short period of time when I first joined the association. Monk is right in his assessment. He wants to get stronger, and his ego leads him to believe he can best any opponent. It is fairly simple looking from the outside why he fights. Lydia, on the other hand, I've never delved into her mindset or true nature. She carries a unique curved blade, has an unknown background other than the fact that she was partnered with Maria to teach her ice magic before the association cut us off. Her intellect is very high, but she doesn't talk much at all since she was kidnapped by the Sector 4 leader. Her focus has been the same as everyone's, trying to stay alive and get stronger. I am curious what is really on her mind sometimes and why she fights. But now isn't the time to find out. There is a series of loud cracks of chi that vibrate throughout that training room as they continue to spar, and Monk points to a door at the end of the hall. Once the door opens, I find that it is a storage room full of silver containment cases. One of them has over 200 chi pills inside of it, which are the total chi pills collected over just the last week alone. He says there are more than enough to conduct whatever tests are necessary, and I am free to take them all, but I just take 100 and tell him to store the rest securely. With great resource abundance like this, it is a perfect time to start making a stockpile rather than use them up unnecessarily. He agrees to continue saving half of the supply and keep half available for treatment testing, training, and miscellaneous tests and missions that come up in the future. After that, he promises to continue treating his master in farming chi and report the findings once I return. I leave the monastery and crush a teleport crystal to come back to the Crimson City to continue my tests with the essence of infinite regeneration. The metallic item is already bonded with my blood and soul energy, so the only thing I have to do to progress further is expand the silver mass out to whatever shape I desire and imbue it with the raw soul energy that resides deep inside me. Far out in the desert where I do my tests, I push the dome of red soul energy to over a full 3 kilometers in diameter, and it takes my full core of remaining soul energy to power it all. The barrier is mostly transparent, but shimmers light red, and I can tell it is strong enough to keep out large portions of enemies that would try to attack. The fact that it is my soul energy, and it is fully concentrated on a single point, means a monster equal to my power would have the possibility of breaking through it if they concentrated all of their power in a single point and tried to rip a hole through it. However, if there is really a creature or person of that strength trying to get into this barrier, I probably have bigger issues to worry about. Once my soul energy base is completely depleted for the night, and I swallow a handful of chi pills along with plundering some mana crystals, the gradual soul energy restoration process begins. I relax for the rest of the night, watching the red dome and find that less than 0.01% of it dissolved into the atmosphere overnight. This means I will have to charge it at some point, but if left alone, it will stay very strong for quite a while. It isn't until midday, during the Elemental Elites training session, the next day, that my natural pool of soul energy reaches full again. To my surprise, it surpasses what it was yesterday by a noticeable amount. It is far more dense and potent, the act of depleting my soul energy stores down to nearly nothing. Then recombining chi and mana floods my body with a new surge of power that gives me an idea. This is how I'll get stronger. 6 days pass. I continue to train the elites, and their max CP growth has reached multiple billions at this point. Teams of 12 to 14 are led by their squad leaders, and they're now capable of defeating the 39th floor boss room by themselves. Every single elemental elite has surpassed level 990. The final stretch is here. I've also managed to farm another 341 containment stones this week, and collapsed 32 rogue dungeons out in the desert, making my luminite total in my storage even larger. The dungeon out in the desert that I artificially increased in level was still stable when I went back to check on it, giving me the green light to begin releasing the containment stones I've farmed into the high B grade dungeon in the bottom of the canyon. It starts off with monsters between level 710 to 730. After using all of the leftover stones from the week before on it, along with the new 341 stones from this week, the total mana released into the dungeon reaches close to 5 trillion MP. The level of monsters inside it now has hit 880 to 900. It takes more and more stones to bring the levels up higher at these stages. It definitely takes less MP to raise the levels of an E-grade dungeon. But my goal here isn't efficiency. It is to get this dungeon to spawn double ranked up monsters. I've never been in a dungeon that reached heights this high, but I can tell I am getting close to achieving this creation. Over 30% more loot is farmed by the village hunters and off-duty elites as well, bringing the total of the amount needed to complete all orders to 60%. There are 2 weeks left to farm the remaining 40%. In addition to this, over these 6 days, I repeat a similar process with the soul energy barrier too. By day, I continue to train the elites, and by night, I work on expanding the dome of soul energy by depleting my base almost entirely. The dome grows over 3 times in size, reaching about 10 kilometers, just like I set out to do. And the density of the shielding is twice as strong as it was on day 1. I make an announcement to the villagers that I'll be placing a protective barrier around the outer edges of the city, and use my telekinesis to move the entire structure from out in the desert, where I was testing it, to place it down on top of the warehouse, city, and even the canyon of dungeons. Once it hits the sand, I replicate one of the tests I tried on shielding and other objects earlier this week, and shape the essence of infinite regeneration into a mirror image of itself to form a second upside-down facing dome underground. The density of the shielding is diluted to half its strength to form this second inverted dome, with a silver ring around its center point. A massive red sphere protects this entire city from the air. And underground, the only people capable of walking through its transparent crimson-tinted walls are those that have sworn loyalty to me and have a link of loyalty through the Rising Emperor's domain. As the morning sun rises, the red dome glimmers in the golden light. From the outside, all of the newly built streets and residential complexes look as if they're a light shade of red. Anyone visiting in the future will now know exactly why this settlement is called the Crimson City. Chapter 516. The craftsman teams have used up nearly half of the materials I delivered to them last week, and the impressive new apartment complexes, rising up 5 to 10 stories for future residents, are completed. There is enough room to increase the population of this city tenfold if needed. The new streets are built, and dozens of new storefronts line the roads, ready for businesses to move in. 2 small grocery stores are built, and I task a body double to buy supplies from large chains in Vice City and Solara. This will have to do until I can barter some deals with Sector 3 to buy fresh produce in large quantities directly from them. Some of the villagers take positions as managers, and the teens and villagers in their early 20s take jobs to stock the shelves and work registers. Many of the small shops and businesses that were set up during the first construction wave hire people to work in them too. And with the influx of new money to villagers from my weekly aid packages, and the increase in coin supply from the Guildhall's farming requests, the economy begins to move along on its own. Less than 10% of people are now unemployed. Many don't fully rely on my aid packages, but the reassurance that they will be taken care of gives them trust to take risks in their business and have fun in their personal lives too. Dan Stryker's Mercenary Bar mostly sells drinks and food, but there have been a few private trading requests for materials in the dungeons that can be farmed that the Guildhall isn't offering to buy. I am sure my requests for goods will fluctuate every month. It won't always be the same items, so it is great to see if people have usual dungeons they like to farm or special requests. There will always be other places to sell that loot if it is not on the Guildhall list. Back in the Guildhall itself, the entirety of the structure has been renovated. The base that is open to the public at ground level has a new glossy floor, imported tables, and comfortable furniture for people to relax in, professional signs with pricing for goods being sold that can be controlled by a device from inside the octagonal center room, and even a new board on the wall that shows the pricing for basic gear and potions for hunters to buy at cheap prices, so they can be fully protected and prepared to hunt in the dungeons. I hire a few people to work inside the room. One woman buys loot from the hunters that bring it in. Another young man sells the basic E to C grade, crafted gear like health and mana potions, swords and daggers, as well as amulets and armor that I've crafted to fit the hunter's needs based on the level scans I've been doing these past days. Then, another woman greets people at the door and answers questions in the lobby. An extra floor is built to make the Guildhall 4 stories high. It has been renovated to be my personal office with a large glass wall at the back in front of the same throne I built after the war overlooking the city. The growing community gets into quite the rhythm. With 2 weeks left until Ember's pod opens up, I head back to the mainland to check out the B-class exams. I call the construction team to have a meeting with me right near the barrier of the Crimson Soul Energy Shield far outside the city, facing in the direction of Sector 1. It is early in the morning, and I've given the elemental elites the morning off again before we train. The team of construction workers look up at me with wide smiles, while the prisoners eye the red barrier with a dazed look in their eyes due to the elixir they're under the influence of. I speak up. All right. Today, we'll be starting Phase 3 of the building project. We'll be expanding this city outward to begin making connections with other settlements in this sector and connect the Crimson City with many major trade and travel routes all over the Dark Continent, while making contact with the outer barrier of the Red Soul Energy force field. I am able to manipulate it by connecting the red energy to my own supplies. The construction workers all walk through without any resistance. Their gear and building supplies are all in item boxes around their waists. The prisoners all carefully walk through a small hole that I create in the soul energy shielding. Once the last one makes it through, I release my contact from the barrier. The hole shrinks until it is gone, converting right back into its natural solid barrier state, and we get to work. I use earth magic to begin the base structure of a trail out into the desert. Earlier last week, I surveyed the lands and found nearby towns that I see as great routes to make the road near. I won't be making the main trade route within 10 kilometers of any settlement because I don't want to bring any unwanted foot traffic to them. However, once we're out there, I'll be greeting every town with my Flame Emperor's appearance and give them options. They can come and live in the Crimson City while listing the benefits, or for those that aren't interested in staying in my settlement, I am giving them the option to come and be trade partners with us instead. If no one in the villages that we make contact with wants anything to do with us, We just won't make connecting roads to their town from the main trade route. If they want their privacy and isolation, they can keep it. It is as simple as that, while I head off into the empty desert, slowly forming a long, winding path. A small group of workers follow to add fine details, lighting fixtures for nighttime, and signs that show the distance to the surrounding landmarks in place. A larger group stays behind and works on building up another village outside of the Crimson Barrier. This consists of many trading posts that will be filled with workers who want to sell and trade their personal gear to outsiders, along with another guild hall that will accept trades buying and selling my crafts and gear directly. Nearby, outside the barrier, there are also plans to have inns, bars, and even a small short-term stay residential area for people to spend the night if they've traveled a long way. It is another large-scale project to work on, and we have 2 weeks to get everything in motion and automated before I leave out of town to attend the B-class exams. We get to work. 7 days pass. I make 2 roads, about 200 kilometers each in 2 directions, spreading throughout Sector 2. One of them stretches toward Sector 3 and the other goes off in the direction of Sector 1. The trading posts and visitors' inns have been completed, and the infrastructure is almost as large as the residential area inside the Crimson Barrier. It is definitely going to be necessary, too. Making my search diameter over 400 kilometers, I've made contact with 7 villages ranging from populations of 25 to 200. Not a single one declines my offer to connect them to the main trade route via smaller offshooting roads. There are 117 new links of loyalty created through my Rising Emperor's domain, and I've given these individuals transport back to the Crimson City, as promised, along with weekly aid and a free place to live in the newest residential housing areas. Most of these new citizens are hunters that are looking for work. The remaining 40% of the Guildhall's orders are filled before these 7 days are even up. I deliver them to Bry, and she tells me she'll have everything ready for me days before the final deadline. She also received word back from Rodrigo and managed to get our 2 false identities registered for the B-class exams. There will be a pickup point assigned in the Bedrock region 1 day before the exams start. Bree says she can source transport crystals linked to a public hub in the Bedrock region for me to use before then, so I let her work out the logistics. The start date of the exams is exactly 3 days after the 30-day deadline for these trade deals. That means once Ember awakes, and I've delivered the goods, I have 2 days to get all of my affairs in order before then. It is all working out perfectly. Actually, everything has fallen into place even better than my expectations. But I am happy to see the orders will be fulfilled now with time to spare. I post new guild offers for the most common items that will most likely be needed for next month's orders. And always accept buying mana crystals. But leave out a lot of the obscure item drops. The mercenary bar's order quantity rises drastically once the Guildhall stops accepting certain goods, because thanks to my ventures out in the desert, there have been over 500 visitors from the surrounding towns to trade new items. For now, I accept any coin, marked with the Flame Emperor's emblem or not. However, once it's processed through the Guildhall, I keep any unmarked currency for myself and always pay out hunters with my own marked coins. Traders from other towns except that these coins are still made of bronze, silver, and gold. Many return back to their villages with the mark of the Flame Emperor in hand after selling their goods to villagers here. However, far more wealth is being brought into the town than the amount of coins that are leaving. It is not only magical gear. Lots of items from the grocery stores that are only found in Solara and the Vice region are being resold to travelers that come by at high prices because of their rarity in this portion of the Dark Continent. The inns outside the barrier need maintenance and attendance, so I appoint managers and workers from the new arrivals that aren't hunters, and they find their place in the city very quickly. A few of the empty storefronts are contracted out to new businesses like pawn shops and cafes, but a majority of them are still empty. There is still far more room to grow. As these days go on, I keep training the elemental elites for about 8 to 10 hours every day. They've gotten to the point where they're able to defeat the 39th floor boss in teams of 3 to 4, and everyone has made it to level 998 to 999. Some talented fighters are even capable of defeating the boss monster solo, but I still don't permit this without my direct supervision. They're all extremely close to ranking up again. Every night after training, I continue to farm the containment stones to collapse dungeons and fill my inventory with another 29 luminite fragments. Using over 2 trillion more MP from the leftover containment stones, I bring the B-grade dungeons monsters up to level 915 to 930. The boss monster reaches level 945. It feels like I am getting closer to the double ranked up monster goal for this experiment, but the rate at which the dungeon's levels increase is slowing down even more. In addition to this, I drain my soul energy core down to near 0 every single day, making the Crimson Barrier far stronger. The reformation of soul energy gets faster every time, and the volume and potency of energy within me continues to rise. Since the first day I started doing this 2 weeks ago, it feels as if my capacity to wield soul energy has risen in strength by over 50%. My flames are burning hotter, denser, and more deadly than ever. I haven't had any opponents to test it out on yet, but it feels as if I would have probably stood a chance against the 43rd floor boss in a one-on-one fight without even using my lifesteal or equivalent exchange. My strength is rising at a steady rate. I stop by Valor City to pick up another 100 chi pills once I've burned through the entire supply Monk gave me before. He is surprised at the rate I am using them, but doesn't question it and gives me another 100, showing that his rate of farming is still faster than the rate at which I am using them, but I don't think that will be the case for long. The mine is producing between 350 to 400 chi pills per week. 200 is going straight to isolated storage, while the remaining is being used to find a cure for the Lich King's aftermath, and training materials for myself and others within the monastery. It is sufficient for now. Every time my soul energy capacity rises, I need more chi and more mana to reform the entirety of the newly grown base. This shouldn't be an issue in the near future, but at some point, I will need even more chi than this if I want to get stronger. To attain exponential growth, this rate of production will not be enough. That aside, I get to witness Monk's treatment of his master again today, and when his eyes open, he manages to sit up and turn his head toward us. The old man is awake for almost a full minute, but doesn't speak more than a few words to preserve his energy. As he rests his head back down and closes his eyes, I nod and turn to Monk. That is definitely progress. Maybe he'll be up and walking on his own in a few weeks. He smiles. I believe so too. When this works, I can have my students in the monastery perform the treatment on the fighters you rescued too. I nod. Perfect. __once back in the Crimson City. I make my way down to the bunker beneath the guild hall to check on Ember in the isolation pod. It has been 3 weeks since he entered that pod, meaning over 240 days have passed inside. Less than 9 days remain on the timer at the top of the pod, meaning about 100 more days are left inside. It hums very lightly, and no excess or unique energy signatures come off of it at all. I expected something odd to happen, but no clues at all are shown to the outside. His status shows in my Rising Emperor's domain interface, and even it is unmoving. There aren't even irregular mana, chi, or soul energy fluctuations inside the pod. Whatever Ember is doing in there is a complete mystery to me, and undetectable to all of my senses. With just 9 days left until the trade deals meetings start, and 12 before the B-class exams begin, I still have a lot of work to do to get the Crimson City in a stable position before I go. Chapter 5:17. Over the next few days, the trade routes continue to expand further into the desert in both directions. The trading posts, inns, shops, and restaurants outside of the Crimson Barrier grow as the construction teams use up all of the remaining supplies available. An outer ring of the city is built for those that do not wish to stay and be under the Flame Emperor's protection. 16 more small villages are connected to the trade route, and over 300 more links of loyalty are created through my Rising Emperor's domain, bringing the total in my interface beyond 500 now. They are all integrated into the town and fit into place exactly where they fit best. Some open shops with foreign goods that they'd like to sell. Others farm in the dungeons to collect materials for the guild hall. And some just want a change of pace and reassurance that they're safe. Villages out in the middle of nowhere get raided and pillaged often, so they migrate and seek safer lands frequently. Many come to a larger city when given the option to seek a more stable lifestyle. However, many like the traveling trader's life and just see the Crimson City as another stop on their journey through the Dark Continent. There are an additional 2,000 individual travelers that come by from the surrounding villages to trade. The number of individuals farming the dungeons to make their own stands in the outer village to sell loot increases dramatically. Anything people can sell to the Guildhall, they do. My prices to buy loot are far higher than anything any smart buyer would be looking to pay. This is because I am directly crafting it into select items. The raw materials could be bought from traders out of the city for far cheaper and sold to the Guildhall for profit. I don't care if residents game the system this way. Everyone makes money, so it is a win-win. The only hunters that have access to the Canyon of Dungeons are those that have sworn their loyalty to me. The entire canyon is inside the Crimson Barrier, so any overflow being sold in the ring of shops outside the city is mostly money that is coming back into the city to cycle through the economy in many ways in the future. There is still room inside the inner city's residential district for at least 3 times as many people to come, and empty land where more housing can be built. The trade routes haven't even stretched outside of Sector 2 yet, so I foresee even more growth in the future. I place a new 100 platinum order for materials in Vice City to make room for a population that could be 10 to 20 times what I have now. This is the cost of nearly all the 135 platinum profit from the trade deals I am about to receive. However, it will be worth it. There is no need to hold back in investing in myself. Just from the growth numbers I've seen in the city so far, this will be even more profitable than I first predicted. As more people flow into the village and my order for materials is processed, I continue farming containment stones and training the elemental elites. With less than 5 days left on the countdown timer on Ember's isolation pod remaining, meaning 4 more days have passed. During a training session, one of the squad leaders finally hits level 1000 and gets the opportunity to rank up. Throughout this day, more and more people hit the level 1000 threshold, and by the end of the day, everyone faces the final boss on the 39th floor enough times to rank up. Dozens of white flashing lights fill the air on this day, and many unique rank-up buffs come out of it. Many of them are spirit animal energy manifestations and ultimate attack or defense techniques. A few awaken energy forms, but it isn't nearly as common as I thought it would be. I give them all a speech on this night, telling them that they have reached the peak of power that this labyrinth can grant them for now. I've given them this strength and ability so that they can protect themselves and fight on par with monsters from any dungeons or enemies they come across. I want to awaken each of them with chi cores of their own, but the supply is being used up entirely by myself to strengthen the Crimson Barrier and continue the growth of my soul energy, while Monk uses the remains to come up with a treatment for the Lich King's aftermath and continue my teammates' training. We will continue training together, but now you must get used to your new forms. You've all grown far quicker than is naturally possible for most hunters. The state you've reached in just over a month of training is one that only a handful of hunters ever achieve in their lifetimes. There will be another level to reach after this, but for now, I want you to hone your skills, spar, find your unique styles, and learn from each other. You are the elemental elites of the Flame Emperor's army, the strongest fighting force in the entire Dark Continent. I am sure you all witnessed me fight the Lich King, and my teammates fight the Dark Guards just 1 month ago. That is the level you'll need to get to next. So make sure you are ready when your time has come. We continue to train as usual over the next 2 days, collecting Mei-Pi, and I watch them spar with each other to master their new ranked-up forms and abilities. I keep adding mana to the B-grade dungeon, bringing it to level 940 to 950, making the boss room monsters reach up to level 980 sometimes. It is so close. Yet so far, it eats up over 100 full containment stones per new rank now. This dungeon is stronger than the 38th floor in the labyrinth. It has enormous white birds that soar through high mountain peaks and wide open blue skies. It is similar to the 39th floor. 1 out of every 15 spawns has a bird with extreme wind magic, and the element stone it drops is strong enough to withstand a mythic-grade plunderer imbuement. This discovery lets me double my speed of containment stone and luminite farming, bringing the amount of fragments in my item storage above 100, but also clears out almost every rogue dungeon within a 600 kilometers radius of the Crimson City. The only ones I leave be are those very close to villages, as it seems some rely on them for resources, and any of them that are above middle D grade, because it takes way too many stones to collapse them to be worth my time. I've been stuck on this same B grade mountain dungeon for a while. After dozens of stones, it hasn't even become unstable to hint that it'll reach the next stage, so I just start saving up containment stones instead of letting them loose in the dungeon. I want to do it all at once and not risk creating a break that would need more stones than I have available to satisfy and push to the next stage. It isn't until 2 days later, exactly 1 day before Ember's pod will open, and the trade deals are due, that something very unexpected happens. I feel memories of the surveillance body, double that watches over the Crimson City. Send me an instant message. Underscore, 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 it is midday, with the sun high in the sky, with over 1,100 people below me. About 200 are in the Crimson City inner village. 200 are outside around the outer barrier selling to the 600 travelers from nearby cities doing trade, while roughly 100 people are in the dungeons farming loot. My double senses a very intense energy wave rippling out from the center of the Dark Continent. It feels familiar, and it isn't until I see the light gray shockwave coming out from the abyss that I realize exactly what it is. It is been a while. That is another surge. Without my all-seeing eye, this wave is invisible, but the sheer size of the wave is impossible to stop. There is nothing I can do but watch. The black wall of fog that is the abyss expands, moving forward about a full 2 kilometers before my eyes, then coming to a halt as the shockwave continues to travel toward the outer edges of the settlement. The abyss is nearby, but luckily far enough away that this kilometer of movement doesn't bring it too close to the city itself. But it is now fairly visible from the Canyon of Dungeons, when before it was just a black speck on the horizon. My double watches the invisible gray wave move through hundreds of unsuspecting people surrounding the city. But it doesn't affect them at all. No one notices it, even as it collides with the Crimson barriers. I watch the red dome ripple, and my eyes widen as the gray shockwave moves through it, not slowing down at all. It flows out the other side almost like nothing at all was in its way. The surge travels far off way into the desert. I am sure this same exact gray shockwave is headed toward the 8 great nations. I wonder to myself if this is what happened in the past surges, and if whatever this is can possibly cause dungeons to break and so much panic to ensue. However, before I can fully formulate this thought, my gaze falls down onto the Canyon of Dungeons, and I sense many irregular mana readings down below me. Even my science experiment, the B-grade dungeon, is starting to fluctuate and show very odd readings after the gray pulse of energy passes through it. My double dives down through the Crimson barrier and into the dungeons to watch my other double, that is usually standing watch in this canyon, jump into a glowing red portal. It scans through all of the dungeons in the area, and over 20 of them have started to break. At this, the memories stop. This is when my double kills itself to send me the message. Underscore, 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 I speak up, talking to all of the elemental elites that I am training using my telepathy throughout the entire dungeon. We have a new mission to deal with. There is trouble in the city. I am going to separate all of you into groups to make sure no monsters get out of the dungeons I leave you in. Whatever you do, do not kill the boss monster, and protect any hunters inside the dungeons if these monsters are out of their league. If they can handle them, let them fight. I don't want anyone to miss out on unique loot that is only available during breaks. This is a surge, usually a catastrophe, but we'll make it into a profitable and enjoyable event for all. Keep killing mutants, protecting the boss rooms from anyone trying to challenge them, and keep the public safe until I come by your selected dungeon, with the means to stop the break. We do not have to destroy these dungeons, just neutralize the threat. They all understand the assignment, and I dungeon walk groups of 1 to 2 into the canyon. They all fill their roles instantly and get to work protecting the EC grade dungeons that are breaking all throughout the canyon. Many hunters are farming inside these already, and the elemental elites explain to them what is going on. offering escorts to lower-level breaks if they wish, or offer a hand in fighting these monsters, if the hunters present have the skills to defeat them. This is a chance for them to use the teachings I've given them, and apply them to help others directly. Once I teleport all of them out of the labyrinth and into dungeons, I dungeon walk to the B-grade breakdown at the deepest point in the canyon. Once I get inside, what I see is far more dangerous than I expected, but at the same time, very exciting. Over double the normal amount of monsters are in this dungeon. I instantly sense 31 pure white birds flying through the air. They're all boss level rated or higher. The creatures range from level 980 to 990. And the best part is that every single one of them has extreme wind magic that ripples off them. I grin and grip my Flame Emperor's blade while dungeon walking to each of them and slicing them in half. Each time I do, an element stone drops into my storage, and almost instantly, another one spawns in its place on the far edge of the dungeon. This surge has supercharged many dungeons and has given me the opportunity to farm the exact resource that I need. It takes time for the birds to dissolve, but hardly takes any for me to continuously dungeon walk to their new places and farm more stones from these near-grade mutants. Roughly 30 stones can be farmed every 5 minutes, and it feels as if there is an endless stream. I constantly check on the other dungeon breaks that are nearby being protected by the elites, and find they're carrying out my orders perfectly. Hunters have been moved to dungeons that are too powerful for them, and word has spread even outside that a surge is here, but it is somehow under control. All off-duty hunters selling loot in the outer city that are able to cross the Crimson Barrier do so, and my body double vets them to enter certain dungeons. These dungeons are breaking because of excess mana injected into them from the surge. My theory to turn them back to normal would be to take that excess energy out. An easy way would be to allow a plunderer imbued element stone loose inside one. The higher grade dungeons may need more than one to do the trick. However, I want to give the hunters in the surrounding area some time to capitalize on this gold mine. I even create another double to replace my surveillance double to go and farm some of the mutant monsters to get some of the unique loot for myself. I'll let everyone get their fair share before doing my first test on a dungeon to neutralize it. This gives me even more time to farm in the B-grade break. About an hour and a half passes, and I've farmed over 500 extreme grade wind magic stones. My double even manages to kill a mutant with a skill I don't have yet, transferring it to my main body and upgrading it too. Blink Mythic Grade. It is a very odd skill, similar to my stealth ability but with a twist. To activate, the monster has to make eye contact with their opponent. And from then on, it will be invisible to its enemy every time it closes its eyes. There are some obvious limitations, like having to be a higher mana control than the opponent for it to work properly. However, it is an intriguing power of deception. Many hunters have found the dungeons with the most unique loot, and gotten what they need while fighting to their limit, and leaving the dungeons already to be the first to sell them to traders that aren't able to enter the Crimson Barrier. During all of this, there were even 14 more links of loyalty formed. These were rogue hunters that on the spot declared their loyalty while looking at the opportunity in front of them and decided to join the inner city and put their trust in me just to get through the Crimson Barrier. They reap the rewards and are able to farm in the dungeons. Others see this and think they can try it themselves. Those without pure intentions or full trust in me as their leader do not form a link with my ranked up buff and are unable to pass through. I have guild hall workers on standby at booths in the outer city ring that supply mythic grade regeneration potions to those that accidentally injure themselves trying to go through the barrier. Once the traffic starts to settle down, I imbue a few of my new element stones with Plunderer and create new containment stones with roughly the same 7-8 billion MP allowances. My double brings them to the E-grade breaks first and makes sure everyone clears out before letting the stones out of my storage. In the emptied breaks, these stones drain the excess mana away and bring them back down to their natural state in a single stone. Many hunters go back in after the neutralizing is complete to witness the massive hole in the dungeon's center. But I make sure to tell the elemental elites what to say, and they reassure regular hunters that the dungeons will naturally regenerate given enough time. My double continues to neutralize the dungeons one by one with the containment stones, as my main body continues to farm for more in the B-grade break over the next hour and a half straight. I leave the most popular breaks for last, so that hunters can get all the resources they want. The D-grade dungeons take up to 5 to 10 stones to neutralize, and some of the mid-level and high-grade C-grade dungeons even take 30 to 50. I've farmed over 1,000 windstones, so this is perfect. By the time every break is neutralized, and all of the dungeons are back to their normal state, I have 600 new full containment stones in my inventory, and just under 500 raw element stones still waiting to be imbued. The massive wind element birds in the B-grade dungeon Div Bomb toward the glowing red exit portal every time they respawn. If I was not in here constantly farming them, they would escape out into the real world and cause havoc. The stones in this dungeon are a valuable resource, but this is a dangerous dungeon to keep so close to the city at this unstable state. I need to stabilize it before something unpredictable happens. Outside, the crowds of traders and hunters celebrate their loot and harvest, while my double tells the elemental elites they've earned a night off after all the hard work. My main body stays in the B-grade dungeon, break for another 6 hours until I am satisfied with the number of stones I've farmed. Over 2,500 fresh element stones are farmed, while 600 are still full to the brim with 7 minus 8 billion MP each. I task my body double to go out to C-grade dungeons in the desert that I passed on collapsing in the past, and give them newly crafted containment stones from these 2,500 to fill with mana. As the sun goes down on the final day before Ember is scheduled to wake up in the morning, my doubles fill almost every single stone they can. About 700 are left uncrafted in their natural element state, while 1,800 more are turned into full containment stones, adding to the 600 total and making 2,400 full stones ready to release over 18 trillion MP. I whisper to myself, I guess it is now or never. This should be enough. Once I have these ready, I begin releasing their mana into the B-grade dungeon. After about 300 stones, the monster type changes again, making the birds disappear and a new level elite scorpion, like monster form in a new dungeon. Some are level 950 to 965 in their base state, but others reach up to level 995 in their mutant form. I use the exit portal to walk outside, expecting for it to be stable after the new rank up. But to my surprise, the spinning portal is still bright red. I jump back in and start defending the exit from dozens of massive creatures that are programmed to leave this dungeon by any means necessary. Not good. I decide to release even more full containment stones into the dungeon to try and bring it up in rank again to stabilize it further. Over 2 hours pass. I set off chain reactions of dozens of stones at a time, protecting myself within a soul energy shielding barrier at the far edges of the dungeon near the exit to release more mana inside. It takes another 500 stones to make the dungeon move up in rank again. The creatures are all aquatic, with long bodies and sharp teeth, with their base forms ranging from level 970 to 985. Some mutants hit level 999. However, they're all aggressively hardwired to leave the dungeon too. The portal is still bright red. I don't dare challenge the boss room because I am almost positive it would destroy the whole dungeon once defeated. My plan is to continue charging this dungeon higher. I am so close to my goal of level 1000 monsters. I might as well use the rest of the stones to try and reach it. If this dungeon actually stays unstable forever, I'll have a double standby and farm it while standing guard. However, if it is really a lost cause and seems too dangerous to keep in the canyon, I'll take out the boss and end things here. I have a feeling there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and I am almost there. It takes another 4 hours and 1,100 stones before the dungeon finally hits its new rank. As I watch the mutant sea creatures fade away and a new dungeon begin to form, the outer edges of my perception begin to shrink in toward me. The dungeon itself feels like it is getting smaller, and the coloring and artificial sky and floor start to fade away until I am only left floating in a small sphere of white and blue pure system energy. A single blue text box hovers in front of my eyes. Create a labyrinth. Yes, no, chapter 518. So this is why I've never seen an A-grade dungeon. The same system text floats in front of my eyes. Create a labyrinth? Yes. Know the possibility of a whole new type of farming comes into my mind. If the creation of a labyrinth spawns demons and dragons, and this process is possible to replicate, I could find a place to farm demon cores with minimal effort. All it would take is a few hundred containment stones worth of mana to bring dungeons up to a high B grade rating. Then, between rank up stages, the dungeons produce their own high grade element stones that I can craft into containment items. The only issue would be finding more dungeons to drain mana from. But I haven't even traveled outside of Sector 2 for rogue dungeons yet, so I am sure there is more than enough to go around. I stare at the blue text that floats in the air, attempting to scan the rest of the dungeon I am in, but no other defining factors show up in my mind's eye. There are no other options than yes or no, so after a few minutes of thinking and waiting, I decide to choose yes and see what happens. The text box pulses and disappears. Then another one comes into view right where it left. Choose labyrinth type. There is a list of options below it with detailed descriptions and 3D holographic scans. The top option is one I am very familiar with, showing stacked dungeons with boss room floors every 20 stages. After the 40th floor, there are only boss rooms on every floor, and it stops on floor 60. The next option below it has no boss rooms at all. It is 100 floors with only one final boss room at the top. The third option is a 30-floor labyrinth with boss rooms on every floor starting from floor 1. As I scroll down the list further, more variations of these show up. Some with 40 floors and a boss room every 10, others with 15 and 2 bosses guarding each floor. Once I get to the bottom of the list, I've seen every possible variation that I can get, but there still isn't any explanation for what kind of monsters will be on each floor or how strong they'll be. From what I've seen in labyrinths in the past, every one of them has a floor boss every 20 floors. The only labyrinth large enough for me to reach past the 40th floor has been the Vice City Labyrinth. It is either a major coincidence or these labyrinths that spawn naturally always end up choosing the first default option. It would be the safe bet to choose the first, and I would know exactly what I am getting myself into. But the second option, a 100-floor labyrinth, looks like the most profitable option for me. The potential for new monsters with unique skills to farm, and possibly higher grade floors with infinite respawning monsters, is more so what I am after rather than having cool boss rooms that lock up and don't let me re-challenge them. After scrolling through the list for a few more minutes, I let out a sigh and choose it, whispering to myself, if I don't like this option, I can always collapse it and make another one. Then, more text boxes appear in front of my eyes. Input floor creation catalyst. 1 divided by 100. Go back to labyrinth options. It wants me to input items to create the floors, and even gives me the option to go back to the main list. That must be for the off chance that I don't have enough material to create what it needs. I choose go back to labyrinth options out of curiosity and sift through a few of the other options. The other options with fewer floors take exactly the amount of this creation catalyst relative to their number of floors. The labyrinth I've set my sights on has the most floors, so it is the most expensive one on the entire list. I scroll back to the 100-floor option and stare at input floor creation catalyst. 1 divided by 100 in bright blue text. I have a pretty good idea what this mystery creation catalyst is, so I plunge a hand into my item storage and pull out a single fragment of luminite. This better not go to waste. I move my hand forward with the delicate white crystal in hand, and to my surprise in this unique environment, it doesn't dissolve or crack at all. The crystal holds its form until it disappears into the blue text. Input floor creation catalyst. 2 divided by 100. Knew it. I smile as this makes sense. To create dungeons within this system, they can't just spawn out of thin air. There needs to be enough mana in a confined space and the right ingredients to craft them. One by one, I shovel more luminite into the system text, leaving only a handful left in my item storage. But I feel as though this is worth it to see what happens in the end. Once the text hits 100 divided by 100, it disappears again and another blue box appears. Labyrinth creator, J. Soju, type, 100 floor tower, floors available, 26 divided by 100, more mana necessary to unlock higher floors. Invite humans to your labyrinth and grow in power. More text flashes across my vision. then disappears, leaving me with another two options. Become Labyrinth Guardians, spawn Random Guardian again. I think over the options carefully, but decide to pick Spawn Random Guardian. The thought of being stuck inside a labyrinth as its guardian doesn't seem like something I'd want to do. Seeing what kind of random selection this system gives me is a better option. Once I click it, I expect another random text box to show up in my face, but it doesn't. The text disappears, and I am left floating in the blue and white sphere of pure mana for a full minute before anything happens. The room starts to expand outward, and a grassland dungeon, with level 5 to 10 goblins, starts to materialize in front of me. As soon as it is complete, white light flashes in front of my eyes, and I am brought to another small blue and white sphere-shaped room. It expands outward after a full minute as well, eventually creating a swamp-like dungeon with level 20 to 30 frog creatures. I am teleported back to the blue and white sphere-shaped room once the dungeon is complete. Again and again, the floors are created before my eyes, and I am brought to the next one with magic that feels just like a teleportation crystal. This process takes over a full hour before I get to the final monster-spawning dungeon. Floor 25. The lava-filled volcanic landscape, filled with level 560 to 580 ranked-up lizardmen with fire magic, wielding swords and axes, disappear to bring me to the 26th. This floor is completely empty. A blue system text box hovers in the air at the top of this dungeon, written in system text. I am sure only the labyrinth owner is able to see. Mana necessary to create next floor, 2.453 TT3T. So this is how it works. As the labyrinth grows, absorbing more mana, it will build more floors below this boss room. All of the mana from a single A-grade dungeon was dispersed to create the lower floors. However, the higher grade the floors become, the more mana is necessary to make them. It appears that low to middle B-grade floors will be about 3 trillion MP each to create. My assumption is the stronger floors will require significantly more energy the higher I go up. So interesting. I walk forward and take in the sight of the final boss room that will be the final line of defense in this dungeon. It is large and looks like a rocky cave. In the back of this dungeon, I feel 2 living beings. One of them is hibernating in a small brown egg-shaped stone, and the other is 3 meters tall, muscular with dark red skin, white eyes, and dark black horns jutting from its forehead. A level 623 demon with an archdemon's core and 2 skills makes eye contact with me from the back of the room and teleports in front of me as I look at his skills. Body double legendary grade, Dungeon Walker. Legendary grade, it pulls a long enchanted silver sword from its back and swings it down on me without saying a word. I wait until the very last second to smile and turn to look the demon in the eyes and stop its blade with the tip of my index finger, sending it flying backward hundreds of meters from the impact. I dungeon walk over to it and tap it with my index finger again, stopping its momentum to push it down into the rocky ground before it can even hit the back wall of the dungeon. As it slams into the hard rock ground, it dungeon walks away again, and I follow it, not missing a beat. I could easily kill this monster and take its core without breaking a sweat, but I am impressed with the way it fights, and if I am going to be the owner of a labyrinth, this would be exactly the kind of security guard I want on hand. Having mythic grade body double in Dungeon Walker would be very beneficial too. But I see a longer-term goal here that could be far more profitable than destroying my month-long project right now. A demon that fights and aims to kill an intruder without question. That is who I want on my side. However, I want to test it a bit more and give myself assurances this creature can't turn on me. No matter how many times I beat it down, the demon continues to come at me with everything it has. I start moving my attacks closer to its vital areas, aiming for the heart and head. Of course, I am just testing it, and not even using soul energy. But I am increasing my intensity, and could actually kill this creature if it doesn't keep up with my movements. A full minute goes by, and the boss room is decimated with rock holes, and the demon itself is bleeding all over and torn to shreds from the impact. It hasn't said a word, and continues to fight for its life, protecting this labyrinth with everything it has. Once I slam it down on the ground again, my absorption skill's special perk notification rings, telling me the monster has fallen below 5% HP. I choose Dungeon Walker, and the process of stealing and creating a skill orb follows. Once the system lights and soul energy clear, The demon still tries to fight back even as its skill falls into my item storage. I finally speak up and reach into my storage to throw the defeated demon a bright green regeneration potion. Catch, you fought well, and if we were the same strength, maybe you would have given me a bit of trouble. But there is only so much you can do against an opponent almost 4 times your level. Its eyes widen, and it catches the potion. Drink it. If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead. I am the creator of this labyrinth after all. It wouldn't be wise for me to waste all this time and mana for nothing. The demon tries to activate a skill, but nothing happens. It looks around to see its sword 10 meters away on the rocky floor, then back to me. I took your dungeon, Walker skill. It is just a safety precaution of mine. I don't want you moving around to other nearby dungeons. I don't know how you'd manage it, but I've met some very annoying demons that have left their labyrinths before. It still doesn't say a word, so I activate my intimidation skill just slightly and stare into its gaze, showing that I too have the white eyes of a demon. Drink it, or I kill you and your dragon right now. I stare over to the stone-colored egg at the back of the room, then back to the demon, and it finally drinks the green liquid. The slashes, bruises, and scars all over its body heal, and it stands to its feet with a confused expression. I use telekinesis to give the demon its silver sword back, then speak again. I am going to be doing some experiments in this labyrinth for a while, so it would be best if we get along. You pledge your loyalty to me, and in return, I grow this labyrinth to 100 floors, and I'll even give you any skill you want back except for the one I just stole to make sure you stay put. The demon's eyes widen, and I finally hear its voice. You have the ability to take away and grant skills. I thought that power was only a myth. It points its sword forward at me again and takes a step back, then opens its status with its other hand. My eyes lock onto it, and instead of blue text like mine, all of the lettering is black with hints of purple and dark blue flickering in it. I've never seen a demon open its status before, but that coloring wasn't what I was expecting. Before I can look at it for long, the creature closes it and looks back at me. It seems you can take away skills. You are telling the truth. What nation are you from back in the demonic realm? Which lord do you serve that lets demons freely roam in the human world to gain enough power to summon their own labyrinth? This makes no sense. It shouldn't be possible. Please tell me, who are you? We're left in silence for a moment. My words and actions may not make sense to him, but his words make even less sense to me. I respond with a curious look on my face. Your assumptions aren't all correct. However, who I am doesn't matter right now. I have some questions for you, where you've come from, and this so-called myth about my ability are more important. Chapter 519. The demon stares straight ahead at me with a confused look. I am from the Central Kingdom. More specifically, the realm capital, now run by the lords of the 5 remaining nations. I am serving my sentence by being contracted out as a labyrinth guardian in the human world. If I grow my labyrinth to its maximum potential and bring its stored mana back to the demonic realm, I'll be free. I am not sure where else I'd come from, or why else I'd agree to become the guardian of this place. Isn't it obvious? I nod slowly and step forward with my arms crossed. Right, obviously. I stop and pause for a moment, thinking about how this demon, and even other demonic creatures and monsters, have all mistaken me for a demon before too. It is very odd. Even though I have demon cores, I've seen monsters and humans have cores before too, and it is not like I easily mistake them for demons. I am still not sure why, but I'll take advantage of this if it puts the creature in front of me more at ease. So this myth, the one about a power that allows someone to steal and grant skills, what do you know about it? The demon eyes me curiously, then shrugs. I don't know much. It is not like I was alive during ancient times. I know just as much as any other demon in the capital. It is a story. Well, more like a myth told between fledgling and even greater demons that seek more skills and more power when they're just starting out. Some demons say there was once a demon lord that could manipulate the system as easily as breathing. He could just look at you and increase your power from that of a newly born demon to a peak archdemon in the blink of an eye. He could grant you any skill you wish and take it away too. It is not a real demonic ability. just an ancient rumor. The red-skinned demon lets out a sigh and looks at me with his white glowing eyes. See? Just a child's fantasy. As a peak tier archdemon yourself, someone who has conquered their own labyrinth and lives free with your dragon, you know what power is. Whatever trick you've used to lock my teleportation skill is very convincing, but it will come back in time. The demon laughs. I am not gullible enough to fall for your tricks, even if you are leagues above me in strength. You know the rules of the system cannot be changed. I stare back into its eyes. Well then, I guess we just disagree. I believe there is much more to the system than meets the eye. It is not that I blindly believe this. It is that I've seen it happen, and I am the one that makes these feats come true. Ever since Chi was introduced into the mix, the capabilities of the system have been changing. I am able to move in and outside of the lines of pure mana-powered reason to use my skills to a capacity that shouldn't be possible by normal means. The demon laughs again, stepping back and shaking its head. You really are from outside the capital, aren't you? I heard that some rebels in the outer nations were acting up because of some phenomenon happening in the human world. There must be a lot of mana up for grabs lately. What is going on out there? I shrug and reply, seeing no reason not to tell him the truth. Maybe it is because of the new throne awakening. Most of the large-scale mana fluctuations have been because of that. It is the main reason I was able to create this labyrinth on such short notice, actually. Once I turn back to the demon, its expression completely changes. Instead of the nonchalant, easygoing, curious, and almost bored attitude it was showing me before, the creature's eyes widen in shock. You mean the next demon lord will be chosen here on the human world? I smile. Looks like it. Why is that so shocking? Well, it is not, or at least it shouldn't be. Sometimes the thrones do spawn off-world, but it is just not very common. Usually they appear near the capital. At least all of the ones logged in history books I've read have been nearby. I had just hoped that I would get to see one form in my lifetime once my time building a labyrinth was up. It looks like that won't be the case, unless I live long enough to see the next one. I've always wanted to witness the true pinnacle of power, but I've never seen a demon lord with my own two eyes. He sighs, but I reply quickly. Well, that brings us full circle. If you will truly be free once this labyrinth has hit its maximum floor, then we both have a common goal. Pledge your loyalty to me, and I will help you grow this labyrinth to 100 floors. Work with me, and one day you'll see a demon lord in the flesh. I guarantee it. I put out a hand for the red-skinned creature to shake, but it takes a step back. I can't. If you are really a rebel from an outer nation, just being in contact with you could get me banished from living in the capital once I return. Submitting loyalty to you before completing my duty is a whole new level of disobedience to my superiors. My entire bloodline could be wiped clean from the demonic realm for committing a deed like that. I tighten my gaze, then put my hand back down to my side. This demon knows I have the power to kill it on the spot, and we both have the same goals in mind. It even witnessed me take a skill from its status like a myth it heard from its younger years. Yet there is someone or something it fears disobeying over me. I move forward to it and place a hand on its shoulder, then point to the ceiling of this boss room where the labyrinth system details are visible to me. You can see that, right? Floors available, 26 divided by 100. Mana necessary to create next floor, 2.453 TE3T, as it nods. I dungeon walk us to the volcanic floor filled with lizardmen below us, and let about 75 containment stones, filled with 7-8 billion MP inside each of them out, and place them in the center of the dungeon. Watch closely. I send a mana blade into the center of the glowing pile and dungeon, walk us to the far side of this dungeon, while putting up a dense red soul energy barrier to protect us from the high-powered blast of energy worth over 500 billion MP. Rock, lava, loud noises, and violent swirling energy fill the entire dungeon, but both of us watch from within my soul energy barrier unharmed. While the energy settles and dissolves into the dungeon, over half of the dungeon mass is decimated. But that doesn't stop the labyrinth from marking that energy has been added to it, and brings us into the blue and white sphere, shaped room to transition into creating another floor. A few minutes pass, and a new floor with level 590 to 610 tortoise monsters in a hot desert forms. I can sense about 60 of them. Most have body hardening skills, but every 30 or so have an extreme earth summoning ability and are 10 to 15 levels higher than the others. I dungeon walk us back into the cold and dark cave-like boss room that now sits on the floor above this one. We look at the ceiling again. Floors available. 27 divided by 100, mana necessary to create next floor. 0.058. T3.5T. The demon stares at the reading for a moment, then back at me. So you do have the means to grow this labyrinth? I nod. I can give you any skill you desire as well. I am not lying about this. However, there is a good chance I'll kill you if you decline. It stares at me with a puzzled look on its face for over 10 seconds before responding. Your words confuse me. I can't submit to you. You of all demons should know why. Forming a new loyalty contract would nullify the one I have activated now, meaning this labyrinth's guardian would cease to be. Once it has reached its peak, I'll be able to fulfill my duty back in the demonic realm and leave to form a contract with you if you can truly follow through with your promise to grow this labyrinth. I am thrown off by its response, but my lie detector skill only senses truth coming off of the demon before me. It really cannot break whatever labyrinth contract it created in the demon world, and for the sake of keeping my human identity hidden, I put out a hand to shake and decide to leave while I am still ahead. Fine. I bring this labyrinth to 100 floors, and in return you submit your loyalty once it has hit its peak. The demon grabs my hand and responds in a sarcastic tone. Don't forget my skill and that meeting with the demon lord you promised too. I nod and shake his hand. Of course I assumed that was already part of our agreement. We both step back from each other and he speaks. Well, good. You are quite the odd one. Usually a peak form archdemon wouldn't ever talk with an unawakened like me. I am Pluto, by the way. What is your name? I respond. If you really care to find my real name, I am sure you can see it digging through the labyrinth information. However, you can call me the Flame Emperor. I ignite my body in fire, heating up the entire boss room instantly and leaving him with a final goodbye. Protect this place with your life. I'll be back to add more floors after I attend some business in the human world. Nice meeting you. I'll have more questions once I return. The demon's confusion about the entire situation only grows as it sees this fire magic being used. I don't wait around to hear its response. I just dungeon walk to the first floor of the labyrinth and step out into the canyon of dungeons. I look back at the spinning green labyrinth portal, then immediately cover up any entrances to this portion of the cave with earth magic, and leave my body double that watches over the canyon with a quick recap of what happened via telepathy. I take the slow and old-fashioned way of travel back to the town, walking on the stone pathway as the early morning sun rises. Today, I'll be attending a few meetings with some regional and sector leaders to fulfill their item orders. I am excited to meet some new powerful people and get paid the remaining 75% of the order value. Before that, I need to make a stop at the guild hall. According to the energy readings I am sensing right now, the isolation pod in the underground bunker is already open, and Ember is wide awake. Chapter 520. Once I walk through the guild hall doors, I see Ember and my body double both sitting down on the new furniture, talking to each other. My double has a concealment disguise on and looks like a random citizen, while Ember just looks like his normal self. There are hardly any other hunters in the guild hall yet. Only a few are here, buying some gear and potions early in the morning before their farming expeditions begin, but the two are off in a portion of the lobby isolated by themselves. Ember looks up at me as I approach and sit down in the seating area they're relaxing in, and he speaks up first. I can feel our soul energy capacity and potency have increased by almost double what it was. Emptying and regenerating your core must have taken an immense amount of chi. But from the barrier I feel around us, it seems that expelled energy didn't go to waste. The population of this city has grown almost 5 times since I went under. It seems those young warriors you were training have managed to hit their second rank up too. Overall, very impressive. I nod, but he adds on before I reply. There was also a labyrinth created. The high-grade dungeon below the others in that canyon is no more, so I assume you overcharged it. And well, he thinks to himself for a moment. Actually, I am not sure how exactly it happened based on the rate of containment stones farmed from those minotaurs. That wouldn't be nearly enough to wait. More gears are turning behind Ember's eyes, and he figures out exactly what happened. It must have been another surge from the throne. That is what triggered this. I smile and nod. Very perceptive, as usual. I plan to work with the demon inside and grow it to 100 floors. Ember shrugs. Good trade. All demons want is to grow their labyrinths. As long as you make it easier for them to do so, there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Well, that is until they're free. Then they can be a pain. Ember looks up to the ceiling like he is remembering something while speaking that last sentence, but I change the topic. So, a year inside the isolation pod, I assume because of your positive attitude, this means it was a success? You managed to create the concealment item we need to suppress soul energy. Ember nods. Oh, yeah. We're set. Creating the items was the easy part. It took me less than an hour to get them both done. I raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? What was that year of time inside all for then? Ember stands up from the white couch he is sitting on, stretches his arms, and looks around before replying in a low tone. Well, just because it only took an hour doesn't mean it wasn't one of the hardest things I've ever pulled off. A mere level 2000 channeling divine energy. Maybe you'll understand how impressive it was one day. I had to go into full hibernation for a year to recover from that. He keeps stretching, then stares at me as I stand up from the couch, across from him, and grins. But damn, I do feel pretty good now after that nap. He lets out a satisfied sigh while putting his arms down and continues. So, you're double filled me in on everything we have to do now. Meetings with the regional directors and sector leaders today, then head off to the meeting point to get into the B-class exams in 2 days. Then, a day later, they begin. I nod. Exactly. In that case, I think we should activate the items now. It is going to take a bit of practice to get fully used to them. The longer it is on, the better. Might as well take them for a test run now. Ember lifts a finger, and the air around it ripples like something is coming out of it, then stops moving. He looks at the top of his finger like there is something there, but I can't see or sense a thing. Next, he brings his finger to his forehead, and before my eyes, all traces of his soul energy and even mana control disappear entirely. I boost my perception skills to the max, confused at the sight I am seeing, but no matter how hard I try, nothing happens. He looks like an ordinary human. Not even a drop of mana in him. He doesn't even look like he is an awakened. My inspect and appraisal skills don't show any readings. His status is gone. It is like he has become a ghost. The only thing that breaks this illusion for me is the fact that his name and geopoint in my Rising Emperor's domain still show him to be the same level as me with all his stats and skills intact. What? Just happened? Ember smirks. Watch, it gets better. His eyes glow red, and I witness the mana control grow in his body. In a matter of seconds, he begins to give off the energy readings of a level 250 hunter, then a level 500 hunter to a 1000, then fully reveals his full mana control before my eyes for a split second. My inspect and appraisal readings of him return, and I can see his full stats once he shows me them. No soul energy at all was visible to me when he did this. Then he brings himself back down to the levels of an average level 500 hunter. Flickers of pure chi start to form in his hand that rests by his side. Then it shifts and changes into pure soul energy, but is only visible outside of his body. I can't see anything that is happening on the inside. It is like there is an impenetrable facade that makes him look like he is just a mana wielder that has recently ranked up for the first time. He watches my surprised expression and replies with an explanation. It is a divine limiter, temporary, maybe 30 days at most, before the barrier begins to naturally decay. But it is close to impossible to perceive for mortals in the human world. To even dream of seeing through it, you'll have to get soul energy 100 times stronger, or have divine energy of your own. Believe it or not, the Lich King could have seen through this disguise. He chuckles. Not because that monster is stronger than you or anything. it is merely because of its past as a wielder of divine energy. It is not exactly something you can lose once you die. Ember lifts the same finger and points it toward me. That is beside the point. If we're going to spy on this so-called Sunday god in these exams, we have nothing to worry about. There is no divine beast with that title or ability. If it is soul energy we're trying to conceal, this will be the perfect cloak. Shall I activate yours? We need to start getting to those trade meetings soon, don't we? I nod, still not sure what this item is, but trust that whatever Ember has created is safe to try. Do it! He pushes his finger forward, with seemingly nothing on it, toward my forehead, but it stops less than a millimeter from my skin. Ember brings his finger back, and the instant it does, I feel absolutely nothing. I look around in the early morning silence of the Guildhall, but feel no different. I look down at my body and I feel exactly the same. However, from the wide grin on Ember's face and the shocked expression of my body double, I know something has drastically changed. Ember speaks. Use your all-seeing eye. Look at yourself from the outside in. It may feel like nothing has changed for you, but the energy you are radiating out into the world has now been altered. Confused, I do as he says and scan my surroundings, attempting to feel my own energy. But the only energy I feel is the energy beneath the invisible, infinitely small layer above my skin. From an outside perspective, I really do just look and feel like an ordinary, unawakened human. This is so odd. Ember and my double sit in silence and watch me continue to look at myself all over for almost a full minute. Number, this is so awesome. A wide smile forms across my face as I realize that this kind of concealment is leagues above anything I can naturally create. While it doesn't change any physical features or numbers on my status, I can just fix that with my concealment skills and items. Even the magic gear that I hold stays under this divine limiter. However, I still can't figure out how to shift the perceived mana control, like Ember did moments ago. I am able to summon mana and soul energy into existence like normal, even create shielding too. Nothing has changed in my actual power, but anyone with any level of perception looking in can tell that something is seriously off. It looks like an unawakened is summoning extremely high-level magic out of thin air. The difference in power is concerning and doesn't look like it should be physically possible. I need to learn how to shift the mana control output like you did. Right now, this looks even more suspicious than going in and trying to hide my true power naturally. Ember laughs to himself and points to the door. You are right. It doesn't look good at all yet. I told you it would take some getting used to. 2 days should be enough to teach you how it works. Come on, let's head off to the trade deals. We don't have time to waste. I let out a sigh. Couldn't this have waited until after? Ember shakes his head. We're visiting a lot of unknown regions today. It is best we prepare for the worst. Never know who will be waiting to meet us. Plus, like I told you before, it takes time to control this limiter. The longer you have it activated before actually having to use it, the better. I nod and walk out the door with Ember after waving my double goodbye. Yeah, good point. I think to myself for a moment and come up with an idea as to how I'll cover my lack of mana control once I get to the Galeheart Tower. All right, I have a plan. Let's go pick up the rest of the finished orders from Bry. I crush a transport crystal to Bry's bunker with my hand on Ember's shoulder, and we go up to meet her in her office, setting up shop for the day. She doesn't perceive us coming, and is startled at first, but deduces it is the new concealment item that Ember mentioned last month when we were all together, and is very impressed. Ember shows her how it changes the perceived mana control, but does not explain any of the details on how it actually works. She approves. Fools me. I have quite the keen eye, and I can't see through it at all. She hands me the remainder of the goods that she has been crafting this week. That settles all of the orders, and I leave telling her to prepare for more because I'll be working on getting next month's orders processed and automated before I leave for the B-class exams. Next, I use another teleportation crystal, and it brings us to the Galeheart Tower. Standing in the lobby, Lith is waiting for us in a new gray and blue suit with his blonde hair combed back and a bright white smile on his face. I walk over to him while pulling an assortment of labeled item boxes out of my item storage and setting them down on the lobby's desk beside him. There is Sector 1's order delivered right on time. Lith motions for one of the guards at the back of the room to sort, count, and distribute the delivered orders. He then nods and gives me an item box back in return. Good to see you are on time and have delivered without fail. I trust that everything is there. Here is the payment for the remaining 75%, plus the 25%, down payment for next month's orders, and a new list of goods I'd like to have crafted for Sector 1. It is over double the volume of last month. I predict many clients will be doing the same, so prepare your team for more. I accept the item box and put it into my storage for later, then pull out a large black suit of armor from my storage. It is one from the top of the loot tower from the Lich King earlier this month. The old Sector 2 leader always wore one of these. Even though they know I am a new business connect, I might as well keep up appearances. In reality, I want to wear this concealment armor so it doesn't look overly suspicious that my mana control is not perceivable. I know I wouldn't trust an unawakened to deal with magic items. So, I don't expect anyone else to. Even if someone has the capability to see through the black armor, the lack of mana control will look more like a second layer of security that they can't crack, and will only add to my prestige rather than if they just tried to appraise me without the armor on. However, even if no one can see through the concealment armor, I think it looks very professional to meet them in a recognizable dark continent disguise like this. I use a small portion of my blood and imbue the set with it to create a bond. Then step inside, and the black armor fits around all of my gear very comfortably and naturally. Ember nods. Good idea. Lith replies too. You are right. Meeting the directors like that is probably best. They agree, but for entirely different reasons. He thinks to himself for a moment, then pulls out 5 teleport crystals. Well, let's get to it. We have Sector 3 and 4 on the list first. Then we'll head over to the Bedrock and Talton regions. Finally, our last stop will be the Vice region. Ready to go. Chapter 521. Each meeting today is scheduled out to allow a 30 to 60-minute window, so you can take your time with each client. Even though these were trial orders, most are still a large amount. I assume the leaders of each of the 3 settlements we visit will be present. For the morning shift, we can visit Sector 3 or 4. Which would you like to go to first? I reply, and the stealth armor I am wearing changes my voice to a non-recognizable static tone. It is identical to the Dark Guards and even the old Sector 2 craftsman himself. Let's go to Sector 4 first. I'd like to see how Chester is doing anyway. Lith nods. Good choice. This should be quick. Although, Sector 4 is the only trade route we have on the list that doesn't have a direct teleportation platform to their residence. Chester is the leader of the Sector 4 black market. It isn't as well connected and established as the rest of Solara. I am still working on getting a trade deal in motion for their main government, but they haven't sent back any formal response yet. He puts 4 of the 5 crystals into a new item box, then tosses the one labeled Sector 4 over to me. I assume you'd like to do the honors? I place a hand on both his and Ember's shoulders, then crush the crystal and the room flashes white with teleportation magic. We're all transported to a public building in Solara. The morning sun is still coming through the large glass windows, and the white floor is so glossy I can almost see my reflection in it. There are about a dozen random businessmen and hunters near the sides of the room, but no one looks disturbed by our sudden arrival. There are only 2 men in suits that walk up to us, recognizing Lith and motion for us to follow. Without exchanging any words, we follow them through the streets of Solara and down underground into the black market area. That brings back many memories of the first time we were kidnapped by the Sector 4 leader. There are multiple long, narrow, circular hallways underground, and it looks almost identical to the time I visited here last. Many people trade E&D grade gear and items with each other, and we approach a section of the market that is sectioned off and guarded by multiple level 300 to 400 security guards. Beyond this point, there are no black market vendors or random buyers. There are just empty hallways and more guards. We're escorted through and approach a mana-shielded door, right in the place where the old Sector 4 leader's office was previously. I vividly remember destroying it with demonic energy and acquiring the hush skill from the woman that was guarding it. However, As the door opens this time around, the smiling, familiar face of the old man who gave us a place to stay after we rescued him from being kidnapped greets me. Thanks to Aerie, a while back, he has been power leveled from below 100 to over level 400, and now wears a full set of high C grade and some B grade gear. He still has a basic grade appraisal skill. I am still in a suit of armor, so he doesn't recognize me, but I sure recognize him as he welcomes us inside his office. The short man motions for his hired guards to leave us be, and the door shuts to leave us alone in the room. Chester sits behind his desk and lets us take a seat on the chairs and couches in the room. The walls are already starting to fill with unique gear, and even some old items I recognize from his home back when I stayed in it while we were recovering and plotting to save Lydia months ago. I speak through the static suit of armor's voice changer and pull out the item boxes full of items and place them on the table. Everything is here. At the same time, I take off the jet black helmet and show Chester my face as he accepts the orders. His eyes widen once they meet mine, and to my surprise, I feel a new link of loyalty form through my rising emperor's domain instantaneously. He jumps up from his desk. You came back. I never had the chance to thank you, and it seems all your ambitions in the Dark Continent have come to fruition. Well, I wouldn't be talking to you here if they didn't. He laughs to himself as I respond. It looks that way. Everything is definitely on an upward trend. It is good to see you are doing well, too. We shake hands over the item boxes full of loot, and he doesn't even bother to look through the fulfilled orders. The two of us catch up, updating each other on the progression both of us have made. Chester tells me he thought he would be retired forever, but this new opportunity has gotten him back into the auction hunting and rare artifact trading business. Most of his old contacts have gotten back in touch with him, and he is excited to get back in the game. He pays me out the remaining 75% of the amount owed, then gives a new list of order crafts he'd like. Before he pays, I give him a special offer for items that aren't possible for a mere legendary grade craftsman to create. I plan on having my double make special request orders and limit them to 3 units per buyer, per order. These are orders that consist of items with 5 total buff stats over 100% each, or special skills and attributes imbued that can't be normally imbued into items like elements. To make things clearer, I outline a simple list of attributes I am able to imbue, like stealth, conceal, mythic grade body, hardening, hush, and other rare magic skills that don't naturally spawn in loot drops. These are all extremely rare and useful skills that, if imbued into the right item, could create priceless pieces. I pull out a few high B grade items from my item box that I've done tests on, showing what is possible and replicable from items I've farmed from the top floors of the Vice City Labyrinth. For these special items, Bree won't be involved. It will be one-on-one with the clients. I plan on having my body doubles personally fulfill these orders and offer them as premium offers to each buyer, but severely limit the quantity they can buy no matter how much extra money they offer. Each custom item will cost 333 gold, no matter what the craft is, and it must be paid upfront. So, 999 gold is the max a person can spend on these custom orders. The plan is not to have these special items created to make money, but to increase my reputation with rumors that the new Sector 2 craftsman is capable of great things. I am sure powerful people will spread rumors once they get their hands on items that shouldn't exist. I use telepathy to message Lith during this meeting, as I can tell he is visually interested, and tell him to submit an order like this one too, if he'd like. There will be no discounts on custom items like these, and he accepts in an instant, brainstorming what kind of special gear he wants based on my explanations to Chester. After another 20 minutes of discussion, Chester decides on what his 3 custom orders will be. He wants a maxed out amulet of protection with plus 100% or higher buffs on every stat, a blood-bonded chest plate with an unbreakable body hardening attribute. And for the 3rd item, he decides to leave it up to me to decide. He says, "Surprise me, I know you will." I smile and accept his gold for the custom items, along with a new basic order that is just over double the size of his last and the 25% down payment. Lith and Chester have a brief conversation too, but Ember stays quiet throughout most of the talk, just relaxing and enjoying his time in the outside world after a full year of recovering in isolation. As we finish up and stand to leave, Chester speaks. "Very good to see you again, Jay. I hope to see you next month. Come by any time, and be careful out there in the other cities. They may not have fared as well as Solara did after that surge. There were a record number of breaks here in the city last night. Luckily, there were enough hunters present to handle them. I nod, activating my Rising Emperor's domain and sharing my all-seeing eye with him for a moment. Thanks for the warning. I hope you accept my parting gift. Take a look at your skill and your status. It is in need of an upgrade. Don't you think? Chester's eyes widen, and he smiles as he presses upgrade. 2 times and it changes from basic grade to legendary grade. I guess it did. He is visibly amazed, confused, and excited at this new development. Then, Lith pulls out the next transport crystal and tosses it to me, labeled Sector 3. I place the black helmet back on my head and put a hand on Lith's shoulder, while Ember places one on mine and I nod Chester goodbye. We're off to the next stop. See you soon. There is a flash of white light, and the next thing I see around me is the bright blue sky overhead. I take a breath of air and it feels thick and full of pollen. A cool breeze moves by and the rows of cornfields and other various crops all around us go on for further than I can see. There are dozens of kilometers of farmland and crops all around us. We're standing on a small white circle in the middle of a dirt road with a large red building less than 100 meters to our left and a small town of fewer than 100 people to our right down in a shallow valley next to a river. Out in the fields, there are about 100 people hard at work too. There are only 2 people that greet us, walking toward us slowly down the dirt road from the red barn. One is a very old man, and the other is a middle-aged man with the same dark features. He carries 2 suitcases, and when I appraise both of the men, there isn't a single status notification that comes back. They're both completely unawakened. Now that I see this, I even scan the town nearby and find that over 80% of them are unawakened. The ones that are hardly breach level 10. However, almost all of the 100 men hard at work in the fields, picking and tending to the crops, are awakened, and they're all between level 50 to 150, stacked with strength and speed-enhancing gear. They have many HP and MP potions on their waists, too. This place reminds me of the people I met at the Unity Supply Company in the outskirts of the Vice region. This farm is also a business older than dungeons themselves, still profiting despite their goods not being magical in nature. However, they've also adapted to the newer times nicely. Most of the gear they ordered is very similar to the kinds that I am sensing on the workers in these fields. The fact that I can't even sense the end of these crop fields means they probably go on much further and create work for hundreds, if not thousands, of other people. That would explain the large order I received from them. But it is none of my business how they use the gear I sell to them. We wait patiently as the 2 men approach, and once we do, the younger-looking man puts one of the suitcases down on the ground. There is the remaining 75%. Let us see the gear we've been promised, and it is all yours. I nod and step forward, summoning the item boxes full of their orders out from thin air in a neater pile next to the suitcase in front of them. The older man just nods and grunts, not saying a word, and the taller, younger one places 2 fingers in his mouth to whistle. Count 'em. An even younger kid, not older than 15, comes running out from the barn with a happy look on his face and follows the wishes of who I can only assume is his father and scoops up all the item boxes. The boy holds a paper in one hand and goes sifting through each of the item boxes and moving his eyes down the list quickly. He isn't awakened either, so he is only going off of sight, feel, and quantity of items. About 2 minutes pass before he nods and replies, "Everything's here, Pops." The middle-aged man smiles. Very good, bring 'em all back inside. The kid grabs up all the item boxes, and at the same time, the oldest man grunts again and turns to leave. They both make their way back to the barn, and the only one left is the middle-aged figure that has done all the talking so far. My assumption is these aren't the types to spend an extravagant amount on extra items. So I am hesitant to even give them an offer about the special items like I did Chester. None of them even bothered to introduce themselves or even asked for any of our names. It looks like they really just want to be left alone here and keep to a routine. Even Lith said the order they made was the exact same one that they would make from the old sector, 2 craftsmen. The middle-aged man speaks up again while putting the other suitcase on the ground and looking at the small slit in my black suit of armor's helmet. There's the 25% down payment for next month's order. We want the same potions and basic gear. Nothing more, nothing less. The name's Carson, by the way. It is nice to see some new faces around here. His gaze turns to Ember and back to me as I nod and use telekinesis to bring both of the suitcases toward me, opening them up in front of my vision and counting the coins just to be sure. This is someone I've never met before. It would be naive of me not to make sure it is all there. Once I confirm the amount is correct, I let both fall into item storage portals. The moment they disappear, the middle-aged man looks behind him and looks relieved when he doesn't see the old man and kid within earshot when he opens his mouth next. This may not be polite to ask, but I am not quite sure who else to turn to. Is it possible I could hire you for a job? We don't have enough extra capital to hire hunters from Solara, and I am afraid it will be too late if we wait for the association's workers to come by. There has been a terrible dungeon break on our property, and no one in the surrounding villages is capable of handling it. I'd be happy to pay you in crops once this season's harvest is over, but I have nothing else to offer. There is a moment of silence between us, and I smile beneath my black helmet before I reply in a static voice. This is a surprise, but I accept. I'd be happy to handle any break you have, free of any monetary charge, of course. There is just one favor I want in return. Chapter 5, 22. I'll take care of any breaks you have, and in return, you give me a better deal on bulk ordering fresh produce than any of your current clients. I'll collapse any break you have in the future, too. And in return, I want to make a trade route, connecting my settlement in Sector 2 to your land, here in Sector 3. The middle-aged man named Carson thinks for a moment, but makes a decision rather quickly and nods, pointing to another shed on the property behind the large red barn that the kid and old man went into earlier in our meeting. Deal! I'll sell you crops at our break-even price for a lifetime if you can provide quick and stable protection to our land. We've wanted to cut ties with the association for decades, but no one else is capable of making it this far out into the Dark Continent because of the control over their transportation crystals. He begins to walk over to the shed behind the barn and motions for us to follow. The trade route you speak of would raise some political issues with many of the villages and towns in this area. We live a simple life here, and we do not want to get mixed up in world politics. We would rather live off the land and never have had the dungeons form here in the first place. However, if these breaks aren't taken care of soon, there won't be much farm left for us to negotiate over. I listen to his words as the entrance to the shed comes into view. A small blue and white plane with a tarp over the back half of it and a dirty propeller on the front comes into my vision as he speaks again. If we fly now, it will only take 3 or 4 hours to make it down the river and to the breaks. All nearby villages have evacuated already. I turn to Lith, and he shakes his head. We don't have time for this. Maybe 30 minutes at most considering the time we spent in Sector 4, and here already. The Bedrock region is our next stop, and they're not a party you want to upset. Being punctual in their territory is necessary. Right under the Vice and Apex region, they have the potential to be one of your biggest clients. First impressions are important. Trust me, I can see Carson's expression drop to one of sadness, as I am sure he knows exactly where this is going. Based on what he has already told us about the association and Solara, money has always gotten in the way of helping others in his line of work. I let out a sigh and turned to him with my arms crossed. Where is the break? Point to it and give me an approximate distance. He lifts his head with a confused look, but still points off into the rolling cornfields and long winding river and speaks. About 200 kilometers that way. If we follow the river and maybe catch some air currents, we could get there in under 3 hours. I turn to Ember and nod. Watch these two for me real quick. I'll be back in 30. He grins and doesn't respond because I've already started flying through the air toward the direction the man pointed. I close my eyes and fly high enough in the air that I can use my full extreme speed, wind magic, telekinesis, on myself, and even soul energy to power my footsteps through the air and not affect the landscape below me. I use enemy detection and my all-seeing eye the whole time, flying over small towns and hundreds of fields with kilometers of farmland and thousands of workers in the fields. There are small E and D grade dungeons scattered throughout the landscape, but I don't stop to check them out. I just keep following the river faster than the speed of sound. Loud cracks echo through the sky down on the workers below, but the speck that disappears from their view is gone before they can examine what it might be. Soon enough, I sense something in the edges of my vision that is quite a bit stronger than an E-grade dungeon. I feel a high C-grade break happening in the center of a field that has decimated crops for nearly 10 kilometers in every direction. I sense a nearby town with some magical goods in it nearby, but the entire population has been evacuated, and no one is working in nearby fields. A bright red dungeon portal hovers in the middle of the field, and over 36 massive 5-meter-long caterpillar creatures are digging up the earth and destroying the crops. They all have advanced grade earth magic and sit between level 450 and 475. These are some serious monsters. No normal amateur hunter could ever handle one of these. It may even be difficult for hired help from Solara to take these monsters out. High-level association elites would need to be deployed to take out a threat like this. Even then, it would be quite the struggle. This reminds me of the breaks I was sent out to take care of in Sector 4 by my team on my first Dark Continent mission for the Association. If they're sending more squads like this out, Carson is right. It may take days, or possibly even over a week to get men out here if they're already dealing with other regions. Well, time to handle this myself. I dive down, activating most of my skills and buffs so I don't harm the farmland while touching down onto the soft soil in front of the red break, then jump through once inside. The dungeon itself is just massive dirt mounds with occasional trees every couple of 100 meters with trunks larger than any tree I've ever seen. The trees are covered in the same green caterpillars, and the soil is infested with them too. High in the sky, there are 3 mutants clearly higher level than the rest, each of them over level 500, with an additional skill, buff, and new ranked-up forms with colorful wings and slimmer bodies. 2 of them have wind magic, and another has a skill I recognize very well from a gang leader I killed back in Sector 2, Poison Mist Special Grade. My version of the skill is already Legendary Grade, but it is worth wasting a few seconds and taking a detour to kill this mutant. So, I change my flight path to arc upward and slice the colorful ranked up butterfly creature in half on my way to the boss room, upgrading this skill to Mythic Grade on the spot. My flight path arcs downward again, and I ignore all of the other mobs in here until I see even more mutants near the boss room. They're over level 500 too, but still in the form of caterpillars. There are 4 of them guarding the dark black boss room portal. 3 of them have legendary body hardening along with advanced earth magic. But one of them has another skill. I slice it to pieces on my way through the boss room and acquire a brand new skill, instantly upgrading it to Mythic Grade due to my absorption perks. Cocoon Mythic Grade, while killing another ranked-up butterfly mutant in the boss room. I look at the details of this skill, and it looks like it is an advanced form of body hardening, while I assume with these monsters. Activating it works to morph them into a different form during their rank-up or something. The skill has adapted to my biology and created an ultimate defensive skill. It may create a greater shell than body hardening does. But the downside is that the caster cannot move their body out of this cocoon while activating it. A neat addition to my status, but not one I'll likely be using much in the future. I stand over the final boss's corpse and watch it dissolve away with the dungeon. And I am transported back to the open field. The dungeon disappears, and I activate my all-seeing eye to attempt catching any luminite fragments or special drops that might occur after clearing a dungeon like this. But nothing happens. I was expecting for something to happen, and am slightly confused when nothing does. I can't figure out where the luminite that was powering this dungeon's transport magic has even gone, but decide not to dwell on the idea for too long. The excess mana just evaporates into the air, and the 5-meter-long insects that were terrorizing the land fade away with the dungeon, ceasing to exist. I jump into the sky and begin my return trip. But given that I have a few minutes to spare on the way back, I stop by a few E&D grade dungeons near villages and set dungeon walker points just in case I want to return back here in the future without having to fly across an entire continent. Once the red barn comes within range, I drift down with a smile on my face beneath the black helmet. Then, once my feet hit the ground, I speak to the surprised man with my static disguised voice. The break is cleared. You have nothing to worry about anymore, I assure you. I will have men sent here to survey the area whenever there are any more surges and have breaks cleared before you even know they've happened. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. I turn to Lith next. Now we have business to attend to in the bedrock region, don't we? He chuckles to himself and pulls the labeled transport crystal from his item box. Indeed we do. As I crush the crystal, Carson waves goodbye with a puzzled but very relieved and happy look on his face. Thanks. See you next month, Mr. Sector 2 leader, sir. Once the bright flash of transport magic fades, the three of us are left in a dark dome-shaped room. The center of the floor is a white transport platform, but outside it, it is all made of gray stone. A light turns on at the back of the room, and a large man in plus 100 to 200% defensive armor stacked head to toe-filling all 12 item slots on his status, walks forward with 3 guards on both sides of him, also wearing the same caliber of gear, and they're all between level 400 and 600. The man in the center of them is level 902, standing over 2 meters tall with enough muscle mass to double or possibly even triple my own. Despite his large stature, my eyes stay locked on his 5 skills that appear when I use appraisal: body hardening, legendary grade, extreme strength, legendary grade, extreme speed, special grade, swordsmanship, special grade, appraisal, special grade. I've seen a status like this before. Brutus, the leader of the Vice region, had very common skills artificially stacked on his status, and the gear matches his too. His mana control is pretty strong as well, nearly matching a level 700 to 800 monster in the labyrinth, so this man is not power leveled. This power was earned. He is just very reliant on his gear and skills, while most likely being a very smart and tactical fighter. I would even assume that this is just one of the top elites in this region coming to pick up the ordered goods. But the glowing golden ring on his finger that slowly leaks soul energy that matches the Sunday gods makes me positive that this is the regional director I am looking at right now. His strong and demanding voice echoes through the dimly lit dome-shaped room. It is wonderful to see some new faces in the bulk item trade industry. Let me see the quality of goods you've promised. Then I'll decide if they're worth the prices I am about to pay. I, Regional Director Malak, welcome you 3 to the Bedrock region. Chapter 5:23. The large man stops moving forward once he is less than 5 meters away from the teleport platform in the center of the room. His 6 guards halt as well, and all of them cross their arms and stare forward as the 3 of us walk off the platform. I don't waste any time and pull out a single item box from beneath my armor, then pull out the multiple item boxes from within it that have the Bedrock region's orders sorted and labeled. 2 of the guards step forward and pull long wooden tables out from their item boxes and motion for me to set the goods down on them. Once I do, they begin pulling out the gear, potions, and various crafted items, while the regional director looks over everything with his appraisal skill activated. Over 10 minutes go by as the clinking of metal and miscellaneous magic items fills the room before all of the gear is put back into the item boxes they came from. Another guard moves forward and places a single item box onto the table, and the director speaks up as he steps back into line. These goods are of presentable quality. I accept. Here are your remaining funds. I stare forward, and I feel his appraisal skill attempting to permeate my black armor. But the waves of mana don't even make it past the outer layer. I use telekinesis to bring the item box toward me and look inside. The amount I count far surpasses what is owed, and there are long lists of items inside as well. His appraisal skill stops probing once he sees my telekinesis activate, and he speaks up again. Inside, I've included the down payment for next month's order as well. His gaze shifts to Lith, then back to me. In my previous communications with Lith, he told me there is no limit on the amount of items I can buy, so I've upped my order by about 5 times. If this is the quality you continue to produce at this price, our operations out here will be greatly improved. I smile beneath my helmet and place the money and new order back into my item storage behind my back, while pulling out a few high B grade items, like the ones I showed Chester when I made him his special offer. I place them on the table before us and explain what I can offer. The large man's eyes widen once his appraisal skill reads the rare imbuements. and plus 100 to 200% stat boosting on 5 total stats. Every item on the counter outclasses anything that he currently wears. He takes over 5 minutes examining the items, then sends one of his guards off to bring more funds. There is a small rectangular door at the back of the dark-colored dome, and once it opens, I see that we're on top of a mountain made of dark gray stone as well. I see other mountains in the distance, and not much greenery at all. There are many houses and patches of city within the mountain range, and I sense dozens, if not hundreds, of dungeons that stretch through the lands. However, the most prominent thing that I perceive are the winding tunnels through the mountains that lead deep underground. There are workers in them even now as we speak, and they're busy mining and pulling ore from the mountain ranges. Far off in the distance, I even see clouds of smog coming from factories that must be processing plants of some kind. I conclude that this is a mining and factory-filled region, but the door closes before I can see much of anything else. The walls are mana-shielded, but they're easy to sense through. I can sense that there are thousands of people living in the cities around us with a similar population and hunter strength level of those in Solara, or possibly a bit larger, around 123. The population of Vice City, there are some strong independent hunters, but the strongest fighters within my entire perception are definitely standing right here in the room with us. I don't mention it, and let the regional leader think to himself for a while before the guard comes back with another item box. He asks a few questions about what the limits of this item creation can be, and I give him a solid idea of what is possible with high B-grade items and my craftsman team's capabilities. In reality, I am just telling him what I am willing to make him with high-grade labyrinth material. I am looking to sell him unique goods, but nothing above a grade that rivals my own personal gear. That material is for myself and my teammates only. After another 10 minutes of discussion, he hands over an item box with the requested $9.99 gold and gives me very specific instructions for strength and defense boosting gear. I plan to imbue extreme strength and body hardening into the armor set, sword, and amulet he requests, along with over 100% stat boosts on everything. I promise that they will far surpass any of his current gear, or a full refund will be processed without question. We shake on it with his guards as witnesses. He is very happy with this and speaks in a loud and demanding voice just like when we arrived. Very well. I think I like you, new craftsman from the Dark Continent. Continue to impress me. I believe we'll do far more business together soon. He nods and stares forward with his arms crossed. I want to ask him if I can look around his city in the mountains, but it is clear he wants us to leave. And this is quite the happy note to end on here. It would have been nice to make a dungeon walker point here to have access back to the city, but I'll be back here in 2 days for the pickup point of the B-class exams, so I still have another chance to do it then instead. Lith pulls another white crystal from his item storage, with Talton Region, labeled on its front, and I see the Bedrock Region's leader smile once he eyes it. As I place a hand on Lith's shoulder and Ember puts a hand on mine, Director Malak lets out a final word while we disappear in a flash of white light. I wouldn't expect that stubborn woman to do business with outsiders, especially men. It looks like she has turned a new leaf. Good luck in the Talton region. You'll need it. He laughs as we're teleported across the 8 regions into a lush jungle. Beneath our feet, there is another white platform, but it is overgrown with vines and tree roots. 5 women in lightweight silver and leather armor greet us. 2 orange-haired women use bows, and they appear to be identical twins. Another is far darker skinned with knives, daggers, and magic items strapped all over her waist and chest. All the way to their right is a tan-skinned woman with striated muscles, almost a head taller than all the others, and she grips a long spear. These 4 women all sit between level 500 and 600, while their leader walks out from in between them at level 772. She has a single skill, Extreme Earth Summoning, and holds a massive silver hammer on her shoulder imbued with a strong earth element stone. There are daggers on her waist as well, and her blonde hair is tied back in tight braids. She stares forward at me with bright green eyes and lets off a strong aura. I can feel her mana control is much higher than the leader of the Bedrock region. It is close to that of a natural level 900 monster, but her gear isn't up to par. She only has 8 of her 12 item slots filled, and some of the equipped items aren't even over 100% stat boosters. However, one item does stand out to me. It is the same golden ring with the Sunday God's soul energy seeping out from it. I do a wide, sweeping scan of our surroundings with my all-seeing eye and enemy detection to find that there is dense forest in every direction. For as far as I can sense, there are settlements of a few hundred people very close together. And just within a 20 kilometers radius, I already sense over 10 C-grade dungeons. There aren't many awakened people that catch my gaze that aren't over level 250. The average resident in this region is extremely strong. The green-eyed woman speaks up with a strong voice and deadly serious gaze. Welcome to the jungle of Talton. We haven't had visitors outside of the association in quite a while. Ember, Lith, and I walk forward off of the old transport platform, and I reply while pulling the item boxes full of their order from my item storage. Well, then I am honored that we're your guests. The instant I pull the item boxes out, the green-eyed woman swings her hammer off of her shoulder and lets it strike the ground. On impact, a long stone table erupts from the earth, and she motions for me to place the item boxes down onto it. I do so, then step back, not saying a word, while the spear and dagger wielders begin sifting through the gear. The director steps back and leans against her hammer, while the two archer women stand at the ready behind her with wind-imbued arrows and bows drawn. I don't move from my place, and Ember watches with amusement. Lith, on the other hand, I can tell he is slightly nervous at the events that are unfolding and open up a telepathy link to ask why. His reply is interesting and matches up similarly to the word of warning the Bedrock director gave me. It shouldn't be an issue. I've never personally been here myself, but the Talton region is the black sheep of the 8 regions. They don't usually participate in countrywide events. I'd be surprised if anyone here even had hunter's licenses. The only reason they're a part of the mainland is because of their geographical location and dungeon resources. The association still wants control over this land, so it appears they've brokered some secret deal. He pauses, but keeps speaking through the link a moment later. I was surprised I even got a response from them when I was querying for potential buyers. I never thought they would respond, but it seems they're interested and willing to pay. He shrugs, and I thank him for the explanation through the link just as the two women finish sifting through the gear. Their leader pulls out an item box of her own from her waist and tosses it to me from over 10 meters away once her guards give her confirmation that everything is accounted for. She speaks up. That is the remainder of what I owe you. Take off your helmet and show me what you really look like. This alone will dictate whether or not I want to place another order for next month. Chapter 524. I think about her proposal for a few seconds, remembering all of the unique remarks I've heard from Lith, the Bedrock director's warning, and the tone of her words. Even when doing an enemy detection scan of the surrounding settlements, the special perk of my mythic-grade enemy detection gives me a very clear video-like view of everyone within my mana control range. There isn't a single man in this jungle. I only sense women. Showing her my real face, or even an altered version, doesn't seem like the correct thing to do if I want to further this trade relationship. There needs to be a hint of truth in what I show her, but I can't just flat out lie to her face. I come up with an idea, activating concealment and changing my appearance while taking off my black helmet. Ember smirks, and Lith's eyes widen with surprise as the replicated face of Bry is revealed beneath my helmet. I change a few structural features to make sure it is not an exact match. However, she is the last woman I met face to face with, and have her appearance fresh in my mind. If one were to compare myself right now side by side with Bry, there are clear differences, but one could mistake us for being related. I do this to give a reasonable alibi in case Bry doesn't want to show her face to any partnered regions in the future. It is like she was never here, and it is all a coincidence. However, if she does, it would be easy to pretend it was her all along. Human memory is very malleable. Anyone can be tricked into believing anything as long as the conditions are set up to align with their preconceived notions. My darker toned skin contrasts with the jungle and long black silky hair wavers in the air. I make eye contact with their leader for a full 3 seconds before turning the corner of my lip up and placing the helmet back on my head, deactivating the concealment perk. The tall warrior with the spear lets out a laugh, and the two women with bows drawn power down their wind magic arrows, while the serious expression on their leader's face turns to a relieved smirk. She pulls another item box off of her waist and sets it on the table. I had a feeling I'd like you. No wonder I accepted this trade. My instincts were right. She motions for me to look through the pouch while explaining the difference in the order she wants for next month. It is over twice the size of the last, and all details and down payments are inside. While I sift through the spatial magic item to make sure everything she says is present, I get a telepathy message from Ember. Quick thinking. I believe that is exactly what she wanted to see, but do you really think that was a good idea in the long run? I reply through our link. Technically, her team did craft all of this gear. It is not like I am lying about that. I'll fill Bri in when we get back to make sure she is okay with this. However, I doubt she will pass on making a new connection in a far-off region and would be happy to handle further business here if I make the offer. It is up to her. Ember nods, but asks another question. How about the association? This is a regional director we're dealing with. They surely have Bri's picture on file somewhere. Even if you made her appearance look slightly different, high-level craftsmanship skills aren't easy to come by. It is not out of the realm of possibilities they connect the link trading under a secret identity isn't against association policy. They themselves are the largest customers buying from someone they don't even know. I doubt Bri would even be in trouble if anyone found out. But Ember has a point. I think about what he said, but given Lith's information that this is a region that doesn't always play well with the association, I feel that they will keep my secret safe if I prove myself trustworthy. Just to make sure, once I accept the item box, I follow up with another reply to consolidate our deal. I haven't showed my face to many people, so I want to make it clear that this is between only us. In return, let me upgrade all of your main weapons for you. It will be a token of my appreciation and an agreement of peace between us. At first, they're confused by my offer, but the green-eyed leader is the first to accept it. Very well. This will be a pact for secrecy and goodwill between all of us. We don't do business with many outsiders, so I hope you do not disappoint us like the association has over the years. Even if I am technically a regional director, I don't morally align with their main organization's practices and would like to start making non-associated connections. Let's see what you can do. She places her earthstone, imbued hammer on the stone table in front of me, and I get to work. I ask for a large amount of her blood, over twice as much as normally needed in a craft. She is confused as the weapon is already blood bonded. But when I pull 3 high B-grade earthstones, farmed from the worm monsters on the 38th floor of the labyrinth, her eyes widen at the power radiating off of them. I give her a mythic-grade potion of regeneration to restore her lost blood and imbue all of the stones, along with about 100 KMP worth of mana crystals, to use as a boost to the reaction. To top it off, I imbue my own extreme great earth magic into the hammer and add over plus 200% stat buffs on all 5 of the stat bars, making the weapon many times stronger than it was minutes ago. When I let go, and the flashes of white light stop, the result left behind hums with power. The regional leader can't believe what she is holding in her hands as the energy from it courses through her veins. I do exactly the same thing with the 2 bow users, using high B-grade wind element stones to imbue into their bows in large amounts of their blood to make sure the bond is strong enough, and they don't lose control. Over plus 150% buffs are added to all 5 stat bars. Plus, I imbue my mythic-grade enemy detection to the bows to give them a special attribute that expands to reach their mana control aura and allows the caster to locate enemies' exact location as long as they're still holding the bow. I give the spear user a mythic-grade extreme strength imbuement that brings her weapon over plus 300% strength, while every other stat is close to plus 150%. In addition to this, I imbue her chestplate with mythic-grade body hardening and raise its defense stat to plus 275%, while the other 4 rest around plus 150%. Both become blood-bonded and will grow in strength as she levels up. She has become an unstoppable tank. The last imbuement I do is for the woman with knives all over her body. I imbue half of the knives with mythic-grade stealth, and the other half with mythic-grade dagger arts, raising them all to plus 175% on every stat, but giving her a versatile range of weapons to choose from. Once I am done, I step back, and the 5 women are blown away by the items I've managed to create before their eyes. It is all one-of-a-kind gear, priceless, not even available at top regional auctions. I explain that this is a one-time deal, and if they want unique pieces like this again in the future, the 3 per buyer offer stands for them at the same price as everyone else. $333 gold per item, and $9.99 max per month to spend on monthly special order buys. They keep staring at their new gear and even do some test swings, but the conversation turns quickly to what they want crafted next time I come by. I think to myself while opening a telepathy link with Lith and Ember, well, I think that was a success. Peace has been brokered in the Dalton region. Then I turn to their leader and speak aloud a final request. There is one last thing I'd like before we move on to our next stop on our trade route. She lifts her gaze to meet my helmet. What is that? I turn to my right side. I make it customary to enter at least one dungeon in every region I visit. Do you think I could take a step inside? There is one less than half a kilometer that way, isn't there? Lith looks into his item box to check the time and pull out the white gem that is our ride, confirming that we need to head off soon, and the green-eyed woman swings her hammer over her shoulder and nods. Sure, I don't see why not. I assume you are all planning on using that transport crystal to get to your next location, so we might as well see you off from there. I smile underneath my helmet as we trek all the way through the jungle and hop through a slow-spinning C-grade dungeon, completely unguarded in the middle of the jungle. We hop through, and I now have a dungeon walker point set in the Talton region. The 4 guards venture off into the dungeon to start testing out their new gear as I shake their leader's hand, and we both say our thank yous and goodbyes. I look her in the eyes while crushing the last crystal that leads to the Vice region. See you next month. Pleasure doing business. There is a flash of light, and the 3 of us land in a small mana-shielded room. The instant the transport magic clears, and I let my perception skills seep out to find where I am, I recognize the layout of this underground fortress very clearly. We're all stood inside the humming mana shielding for a few minutes before the rhythmic footsteps of 3 men approach. 2 of them are over level 500, both with a water element awakened, while the man in between them is level 308, with a very recognizable unique skill on his status. Artificer legendary grade, the doors at the back of the shielded room open, and a silver-haired man in a purple cloak with all kinds of metal gadgets and magic items strapped to his arms and legs steps out with a smile on his face. Welcome to the Vice region, visitors from the Dark Continent. My name is Leo. I will be brokering the trade deal today and inspecting the delivered goods. He steps aside to show the opening in the door that leads to long, dim underground hallways. We are right beneath the main association's headquarters in the capital. Please, right this way. Let me show you to the trade room. To my understanding, this is your last stop on your route, so I hope you don't mind if I take up a bit more time than your other clients. I'll make it worth your while. Chapter 5:25. I nod, and Leo leads us down the hall past over half a dozen identical doors until he turns into another mana-shielded room just like the one we left. Instead of being wide open like the last one, this room is split into 2 halves with the same high B-grade mana shielding. Dividing it in the center, there is a long bench and table on both sides of the wall and a clear section. So both sides can see each other, with 2 silver metal cubes built into the wall on both sides of the glass-like material. They look like they have mechanisms to open and close on both sides of the wall. Leo and his 2 water-wielding guards go on one side, and Ember, Lith, and I go on the other. Leo is the first to speak up, pointing to the silver cubes. Press the control panel when you are ready to begin. There is a small silver tablet built into the table in front of us that we sit on, and I press it at the same time Leo does. I hear a click on his end and mine. The cube to my right opens up next to me, and the cube to my left opens up on his side of the table. At the same time, the door we walked through to get in here shuts abruptly, and the center of the room seals itself to make the room split evenly in half. I watch him place an item box in his cube and press the tablet. It clicks closed, so I do the same, taking the item boxes full of gear and potions out from my storage and placing them into the cube open in front of me. Then, press the tablet to initiate the trade. It clicks shut, and immediately 2 more clicks echo through the room, and the left cube opens. I pull it out and look inside to start counting out the money inside and confirm it is the exact amount. Leo begins sifting through the item boxes I sent him and takes about 10 full minutes to go through his papers and tally everything he has. Then, he nods and presses the tablet again to have the cube on his end close. I do the same, seeing that I've got everything I need from this deal. The moment I do, the silver box shuts and the door sealing the room opens up. The open hallway is visible to both of us. It is a very cool mechanism, and now I want to build one myself back in the Crimson City to conduct similar deals. If either party isn't happy with their trade, they can withhold both parties from leaving the sealed rooms until the proper deal is done. Leo looks through the clear section in the center of the shielding and speaks up again. These are good items. Who makes them? And where do you source the raw materials from? Is there truly no limit to how much we can order per onth? He turns to Lith. Your middleman here told me you could handle 10 times this order if needed. Is that really true? He turns his head back to me curiously, and the room falls silent for a few seconds. Then, I respond in a static voice through the appraisal-blocking armor. I have some dungeons I farm from in the Dark Continent, and a small team of skilled craftsmen that is capable of fulfilling orders no matter the size. He thinks to himself before responding, what about that armor? Who makes it? And can we purchase items of that quality in a future order? I nod slowly. Armor like this is not for sale, but I can provide some high B-grade gear at a premium. The only catch is I need to limit the quantity. Of course, the high price of goods would be meaningless if there was no longer any scarcity or demand for it. What do you have to offer? I run him through the usual spiel that I have all of the other regions and sectors about my offer for special items, and his eyes widen more and more the longer I talk. I know his skill is similar to that of a craftsmanship one, so it is clear he realizes that this is either a unique version of the skill like his or above just legendary grade. However, he doesn't say it straight to my face. He just looks at both of the guards behind him. Then to me, I'll pay the full $9.99 gold right now, but I want 2 orders done here in front of me to see it work with my own eyes. I pause, looking at him for unusually long beneath my armor, because I never said I was the one with the craftsmanship skill. However, I am confident in my concealment. Even if he used some unique appraisal gadget to make it through my black armor, I am sure it is impossible to read my actual status in the state I am currently in, thanks to the divine item Ember applied to my status this morning. Not even I know how to break through it if I wanted to. Even so, I reply, fine. What is it you'd like? We discuss what is possible for a few more minutes, then land on the fact that the 2 guards standing behind him need upgrades to their gear because they're going to be attending the B-class exams in a few days. Having high-powered water-imbued gear will surely give them an edge. The next round of trades using the cubes consists of the guards handing over a longsword and a chest plate, along with large containers full of their blood for me to activate the bond. On my end, I give them both mythic-grade regeneration potions to restore their lost blood. Leo's eyes widen with surprise again once he touches one of the potions, and I tell him just one of those would be considered a special item too. I am only giving it to them because I know they'll drink it on the spot. Leo's curiosity grows more and more as I pull out 2 extreme-grade water stones to begin the crafts. I increase the longsword's basic stats all up over plus 175% on all 5 slots. Imbue swordsmanship into the item to give the wielder better instincts and accuracy while holding it, and add 3 additional water stones to increase the intensity of elemental magic. The chestplate is imbued with body hardening and 3 water stones as well, bringing its defense stat up to plus 250%, and the others all above plus 150%. The hardening attribute mixed with the water stones creates a natural dark blue layer of shielding that expands over the entire body of the hunter using it. It can be controlled in density just like mana shielding. Basically, it has created a stronger layer of full-body defense that seeps out of the dark blue chestplate. Once I trade the completed items back, the water wielders and the artificer are in shock at the one-of-a-kind priceless items they're holding in their hands. These are basically a grade items. I've never even seen something like this in a public auction. How? I count off the $9.99 gold he has sent over with a smile on my face beneath my helmet and place it into my item storage before replying. The how isn't for you to worry about. I am glad to do business with you for many months, or even years to come. There is another pause as they equip the gear and still stand in awe at its power. So, how about that final item? What would you like me to make for you? And is there another basic order of E to C grade goods you would like to have crafted for next month? Leo turns back to me while pulling another pouch out from beneath the table and nods. Yes, I believe I would like to make another order. Well, 2 orders actually. He places the bag into the silver cube, and we repeat the trade process, but I don't give him anything in return this time. As I look through the pile of gold and platinum inside the item box he just handed me, he speaks up. That is a new order for the Vice region. You said you could handle 10 times the output, so I am giving it to you. There is another small order of items from the Apex region that we'll accept for them. The regional leader up there isn't too friendly with outsiders. I hope this is acceptable. I nod and place the item box into my storage. Of course, I'll get it done. No problem. How about that final special item? Any preferences? Or would you like to think on it? Leo smiles. I am going to have to ask the director once he is back from the B-class exams candidate selection in the dungeons. I believe the trials and extended training sessions will be going on for another full day. I hope there is no rush. No rush at all. Take your time. As you can see, it doesn't take me long to complete a high-quality craft. I turn to Lith. Just contact him through the usual channels. I can create anything the regional director desires within reason, Leo responds. Very well. Then, both of us start to come to the conclusion that the meeting is over. Lith even pulls out a transport crystal that would bring us back to Sector 1. But I speak up out of curiosity on a point Leo just made. If you don't mind answering, what do you mean by the director picking candidates for the B-class exams? Is there more than just being above level 500 to attend that event? Leo looks at me curiously. Well, each region allows up to 12 top applicants to apply. It is the yearly test to see how strong each region has become. This is about showing the progress of the regional directors, not just for the hunters themselves. I nod slowly and turn to eye the white gem in Lith's hand. But Leo keeps speaking. We lost a good amount of this year's candidates in a labyrinth collapse out in Sector 4. So the director is personally making sure we fill in those slots and training them up in one of the B-grade dungeons. Half the city knew this. We held an event for level 400 and above hunters to apply all month, I reply. That makes sense. I don't exactly spend time in the Vice region. I was just curious. I pause a moment longer, then ask another question. Why don't they just use the labyrinth to train up recruits? Wouldn't that be faster and more efficient than B-grade dungeons? Leo's eyes tighten. Sometimes curiosity is best left as just a question. I wouldn't go asking things you don't want to know the answers to. I let out a sigh and take the transport crystal from Lith and hold it up in front of me while Ember and Lith put their hands on my shoulder. I didn't mean to pry. I am just a new businessman from the Dark Continent trying to get to know the mainland. Leo smirks. Right. Well, I'll just leave it at this. The Vice region doesn't exactly own the labyrinth. It just happens to be here. We only do what is within our authorization. I nod and crush the crystal in my hand. Understood. Nothing more for me to know? I look forward to crafting that item for the director. See you next month with the goods you've ordered. He gives me a nod back before the room fills with transport magic, and we find ourselves back in the Galeheart Tower. I pull off my helmet and let the rest of the armor fall into my item storage to leave a wide smile across my face, turning to both of them. Jackpot! From all the regions so far, that is 310 platinum in revenue today. 30 of it is from special orders. Lith interjects. Well, soon 40. I'll get you your 10 platinum today with a list of items I want. I nod, doing some math in my head. That means 280 platinum is this month's 25% worth of down payments. After splitting that up between payouts for the Guildhall and paying Bry's craftsman team, the payout of pure profit from the remaining 75% will be 840 platinum, plus the 40 from special orders, 880. I'll probably make a few platinum overall from sales in the Guildhall too, but that'll be burned through when I give weekly aid packages at the rate new citizens are entering the town. Still, nearly a 1K platinum month. This is good. Lith hops on the elevator to go to his vault and grab money to pay me while Ember and I are standing in the middle of the lobby. Ember speaks up. That was a very interesting trip. You are making some fascinating allies, and even playing nice with your enemies without them even knowing. Humans are very tricky creatures to figure out sometimes. I reply. I plan to build this trade route far larger than it is now and expand my city much further. But I need to know exactly who I am dealing with without anyone getting too suspicious. Let's go to the dungeons back in the Crimson City. I need to learn how to control this concealment item as soon as possible. There isn't much time left until the B-class exams. Chapter 526. I crush a teleport crystal to bring Ember and myself back to the Crimson City. It is good to see the double that was working general surveillance is now farming the labyrinth for more fire containment stones and high B-grade items, now that the soul energy barrier is up. The second double watches over the dungeons inside the barrier and keeps an eye on the population trading in the outer city housing some non-citizens outside the barrier too. I delegate the third body double, the one in charge of the guild hall, to use half of the platinum earned from the 25% down payment on new postings for quotas that need to be farmed this month. After these are posted and the word is spread throughout the hunters that farm in the dungeons, I delegate this double to see Bree with the other half of orders and the list of goods that need to be made this month. I plan on seeing her in my main body before the B-class exams. She is my ride to the Bedrock region, after all. But my time right now needs to be focused on a single task. Ember, we have less than 48 hours to get this done. Let's go train. Ember nods as we fly over to the Canyon of Dungeons. But once we go inside, he asks to go and train far out in the desert with no one else around. So, I dungeon walk us over to a high D-grade dungeon in the desert over 100 kilometers away from any settlements or the trade route. We jump out and get a few kilometers away from the glowing blue portal in the open sand, and I get into a fighting stance. I speak up as I feel Ember's perceived mana control drop down to levels that are hardly noticeable. So, how do we start? How do I tap into this divine energy? What is the trick? Ember smirks and gets into a fighting stance as well. Oh, there is no trick. We just have to practice. Come at me. Try to only use enough mana in your attacks to match the control that you feel coming off of mine. I raise an eyebrow. What do you mean there is no tricks? He motions for me to step closer. You can't just master divine energy overnight. Most likely not even in a full year. I doubt you'd even be able to smell a scent of it even if we trained in the Titan's domain for 10 years straight at your current perception of the world around you. Ember steps forward and continues, egging me on to spar with him more. The divine limiter you have equipped is temporary, and the only way you are going to be able to manipulate it without the knowledge I have is through pure instinct. I ponder his words and step forward while nodding. Fine. I'll follow what you say exactly if you think it is possible. Ember grins. I know it is. I was the one that created this item after all. I know how it works. I can already sense the barrier bonding with you over the last few hours. You should be a natural once you get a feel for things. I run forward and try to use the minimum amount of magic physically possible, matching the mana control he is producing that barely reaches the heights of a level 100 hunter. The first punch Ember block sends ripples of mana through the desert, and I see his head shaking. Still need to tone that down by about 10 times to match me. I try again, using even less mana, and a smaller ripple comes out. Better, but let's go even lower, over and over. I try to naturally suppress my mana control with lighter and lighter hits until I finally reach the mana control level he wants me at. To me, it feels as if I am back inside Monk's monastery for the first time without any chi. The amount of mana I am using is so minuscule, the speed my punches are moving at, and the power behind each blow feels like I am playing and acting out a fighting scene in slow motion. Ember makes me hold this incredibly slow and grueling pace for over an hour before he speaks up again. All right, let's move it up to the average level 200 hunter next. The mana control that radiates from him increases drastically, and his speed and power do too, but there is hardly any change when I match him. It always feels exactly the same to me as the level 100 comparison was, but I catch on quick. Now, 300, 400, first rank up. Let's do 500. I begin to feel the increments between the levels increase. And the first large change is when Ember replicates the mana control, speed, and power of a normal ranked-up hunter. Now it is starting to feel like we're actually moving a little and not just standing in place. 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. Finally, we even reached the second rank-up stage, and Ember replicates the average strength of a monster this strong. We're getting somewhere, but it still just feels like we're walking in place. Hardly even jogging around the battlefield compared to the intense fights I've been in lately. 1500, 1600, 2000, 2100, 2500, 2600, 3000. It isn't until we reach the average mana control of a level 3000 monster that I have to begin going all out. We conclude that this is about the limit of our natural power. Ember could go a bit higher, and I could use my greater form to push myself too. But we come to the reasonable conclusion that if I have to practice any concealment up to this level of power at any point, I might as well be blowing my cover and showing my full unconcealed mana control anyway. After the first 8 hours of training, we've established the levels I need to instinctually practice in 100 level increments between level 100 and 3000. However, most importantly, mastering the level 500 to 1000 range. But in order to master that, I need to have a feel for the entire spectrum. Over the next 8 hours until the sun rises, we spar in the open desert. Ember calls out a random level, and I have to adjust my output of firepower to combat this exact level of threat. My perceived mana control is still non-existent, but for now, this is practice to make sure the energy coming off me correlates with the average output of the hunter I am trying to emulate. At first, even with the tutorial running through all the levels with Ember, it is still rather tough to get the exact power and speed right. When Ember switches from fighting at level 2000 mana control straight back to level 300, for example, sometimes it is hard to gauge my actual strength. Level 700 to 800 feels like it is 200 to 300 when I am used to sending off attacks that blow 1 kilometer large craters into the ground seconds prior. Despite this, after thousands of attempts and trials, by the time the sun comes up, I am capable of matching Ember's exact strength within a 100 to 200 level mana control range of speed and pure power within a quarter of a second. We stop for a break to watch the sunrise, and Ember compliments my progress. Pretty good start to this session. You've basically mastered your real output control, so if you have to fight any of your fellow B-class hunters in this exam, now you won't accidentally kill them with a handshake. I roll my eyes. Hey, it is not like I was that out of control before. Ember chuckles. Yay, you had 2 settings before, off and on. Now, you can fly under anyone's radar and fit in. He nods a few times. Also, I don't know if you can sense it or not, but your barrier has been adapting to the changes in power all this time during training. You are almost ready for the next phase. I say we take an hour-long break here, then get back to training. By tomorrow, you can definitely start changing your perceived mana control as well. Good. As the sun rises more, and I rest from the long night of sparring, I think about the trade deals that we attended yesterday. The high-level special crafts I produced for the regional directors are fresh in my mind. Many of the items I made for them have over 150 to 200% stat buffs on them. Almost half of the current gear I am wearing isn't even that strong. So, while I have some time to think, I begin sifting through my item storage to pull out leftover loot drops and magic items to bring my old lagging gear up to par. The first item I look at is the gifted ring I crafted for me a while back. I add a few stat buffs, imbue my all-seeing eye skill to create a new perception buff, and blood bond it to create a link that will make the item stronger the longer I wear it. Underscore, 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 platinum ring of visual manipulation, TT, 151% mental strength, 111% speed, 100% agility, at 99% strength, 74% defenses, illusion, attribute, platinum ring of visual manipulation, blood bonded, 222% mental strength, 170% speed, 161% agility, 159% strength, 144% defense, 75% perception illusion attribute. Underscore 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 next. I imbue body hardening into an amulet while blood bonding it and adding all its lacking stats as well, focusing on boosting its defensive traits. Underscore 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 the Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, 141% defense, defined 25% strength, 125% mental strength. Huh, I say, when the Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, blood bonded, 231% defense, 204% strength, 199% mental strength, 170% agility, 158% speed, hardening attribute, underscore 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 underscore. Ray underscore 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 after this. I focus on my boots with a speed buff and combine them with the enchanted boots I received from the 42nd floor of the labyrinth, adding 4 extreme grade windstones to the craft inspired by Bree's boots that allowed her to fly without wind magic. On top of everything, I blood bond these boots to create another growth type item. Underscore 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 enchanted boots of extreme speed. St 152% speed plus enchanted silver boots 348% speed, 340% agility, enchanted boots of extreme speed blood bonded 402% speed, 377% agility, 242% strength, 220% mental strength, 181% defense, 181% defense. Butte underscore 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 next. I imbue 4 extreme grade ice stones into a pendant. I blood bond this item and add all of the necessary additional stats to bring it up to its current full potential. Underscore 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 enchanted ice serpent's pendant, 110% agility, 75% magic resistance, T95% ice magic resistance. Enchanted ice serpent's pendant, blood bonded, to 28% agility, to 27% speed, to 27% speed, to 24% strength, 203% mental strength, 195% magic resistance, 165% ice magic resistances, 160% defense ice attribute underscore 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 I use a large amount of blood and mana crystal owls as the catalyst to upgrade the platinum ring I received from defeating the Blue Ogre King. It is a symbol of the first dungeon that gave me a major boost in mana control when I was first starting out in the Dark Continent. I blood bond it as well to make sure it continues to grow. Underscore 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 platinum ring of the Blue Ogre King. E1 31% mental strengths. E1 25% speed. 1 25% aid. 1 25% agility. 110% defense. Platinum ring of the Blue Ogre King blood bonded. 241% mental strength. 226% speed. 220% agility. 180% defense. Defense, defense. 174% strength. Underscore 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 next. I combine the blood bonded armor I have on with the chest plate that fell as an item drop next to the enchanted boots on the 42nd floor to make this an even more special craft. I imbue 4 extreme grade earth stones from the 38th floor, as well as a mythic grade body hardening skill to create the same living armor effect that the Waterstone craft created back in Vice City for one of Leo's guards. Underscore. Underscore, 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 Berserker King's armor set. Blood bonded. 312% defense plus enchanted silver chi-h. Est plate. 391% defense. 322% strength. Berserker King's armor set blood bonded. 469% defense. 398% strength. 301% mental strength. 258% agilities. 255% speed, hardening attribute. Earth attribute. Underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. Lastly, I finished my crafting session off with the silver lightweight gauntlets. I use an immense amount of blood and mana to complete this craft. I even sacrificed 2 of the near-a-grade firestones from the 39th floor and 2 of the earth stones from the 38th to create a dual-element craft. Considering I wield both of these items already, it is possible to do without much risk. My Storm King's Dagger set is a double-element craft with both lightning and wind imbued into one, so I know it can be done. It is just that normally, not many people would ever attempt it because of the volatile nature of element stones and the potential of them going out of control if the user is not strong enough to handle the item. Once the craft is complete and the silver gauntlets rest on my hands, I can feel them humming with power. Underscore, 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 enchanted lightweight gauntlets. ITT 165% defense, D5% defense, E120% strength hardening attribute. Te, way. Enchanted lightweight gauntlets. Blood bonded, 279% defense, 270% strength, 256% mental strength, nintal strength, 239% agility, 233% speed, hardening attribute, earth attribute, underscore, 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 underscore. I put everything back on, then use my conceal skill to modify it all to look like plus 50 to 150% stat boosting gear with only 1 to 2 stats, buffed max, on each item. My mana control isn't the only thing I want to hide. My gear should look like high C grade or average B grade gear at best. I stand up and turn to Ember once the sun fully reaches above the desert horizon and speak up. All right, I am ready. Let's finish up this last stage of training. We now have less than 24 hours left before we're off to the B-class exams. Ember grins and turns back to me. Good. Your barrier settled faster than I thought it would while you were working those crafts. At this rate, I think you'll be able to manipulate your perceived mana control with ease before the sun sets tonight. Let's continue. Chapter 527. We continue sparring following the same routine. Ember calls out a level of mana control I need to hit, and I instantly change my strength output to match it. During this whole process, I continuously have my all-seeing eye and natural perception released abnormally high. Even if my perceived output is at level 100 mana control, I am still scanning my surroundings and taking in as much data as I can from these matches at levels near my maximum output. Over the next few hours as the sun rises overhead, I begin to see and feel a change in the invisible and unseeable barrier that resides around my body. Each time I drastically switch levels of control, there is a minuscule ripple in the barrier. Every time I feel this ripple, the barrier gets closer and closer to my skin, and I can feel it happen with far more intensity, like it is connected to my central nervous system. Almost like the instinctual senses I receive when I activate my swordsmanship skill. It is getting more and more intense the more I focus on it. I can't consciously create the ripples that are occurring, but I can focus on them more and adapt the way I switch between mana control levels to make the rippling effect more intense and noticeable. It feels almost like a bell is ringing in my ear when the ripples get intense enough, but there is no actual noise. Ember doesn't tell me specifically to do this, but once he realizes I am, the jumps between mana controls get faster and further apart in power to help me stimulate this change and get into a flow-like state. More hours pass, and we spar well into the afternoon. The sensation of bells ringing throughout my body and the invisible barrier rippling over and over gets so intense to the point where it crosses a threshold and feels like one long continuous ringing vibration. I don't even sense my own breathing. The only thing I can feel is the power level in my body rise and fall until I see the barrier between my inner being and the world around me fade away in my mind's eye. My true mana control seeps out and flows strong like a river as the continuous feeling of infinitely fast vibrations ring through my ears and mind. The full extent of my mana control pours out into the desert, and a wave of natural intimidation and pure crimson aura expands to become kilometers wide. The moment it does, my concentration completely breaks, and the bells stop ringing. Reality floods back into my conscious mind, and the vibration of this divine limiter ceases completely. My mana control is concealed and hidden from the outside world again. But for a moment, it was there. I fall backward into the sand covered in sweat and hear Ember slowly clapping his hands. That was it. You managed to break through. The feeling is now ingrained in your mind. You'll be able to do it again. Breathing heavily, I nod to myself and respond. You are right about everything. This power isn't something I can directly control, but it is something that I can align myself with in moments of extreme focus. It is very possible. We both grin as I get back up to my feet and place my hands back into the fighting position. Let's do it again. While the sensation is fresh in my mind, we get back to sparring. I don't even want to talk about it. I just want to focus on the ripples and bells while I can still feel them. Another hour passes before the sensation builds up to the point where I release my entire mana control again, just like I did before. This time, we don't stop after my concentration breaks, and I jump right back into it. It takes less than 20 minutes for me to feel the rhythm of the barrier this time. Then 10 minutes, and after the 5th attempt, I am able to concentrate and release my mana control in less than 3 minutes. We continue to spar. Eventually, as the sun starts to set, every few seconds, spurts of my full, unconcealed mana control are pouring out into the open air. The desert turns dark again, and we don't stop sparring. After another few hours pass, I am able to keep my full, unconcealed mana control aura pouring out from the barrier around me without breaking my concentration, for what feels like indefinitely. The ripples feel natural, and I can concentrate and align my output with them in fractions of a second. At first, the only thing I can do is release my full power. But as the night goes on, and we continue sparring while changing the speed and power of the output of attacks, the perceived mana control becomes easier and easier to control. Once I've synced myself with the barrier, it takes just a few more hours to master how to manipulate the actual energy that comes out and the amount that is perceived. I've passed the point of mystery and entered the stage of fine-tuning. I am able to show the speed and power of a level 600 hunter and give off the mana control that matches it while slipping in full-powered level 3000 plus mana control rated attacks whenever I please without my perceived mana control rising at all. The rate at which my perceived base switches between level 100 to 500 to 1000 to releasing everything I have has become almost instantaneous. The barrier around me has melded with my mind, and the process has become almost second nature. I have no idea how I am doing it, or what true powers are at work here. But at the end of the day, Ember created an item to do a purpose, and it is a success. After a full hour of flawless switching and sparring, Ember finally speaks up and calls it. Perfect. There is no more training to be done. Anything more is just a waste of energy. Your soul energy is not visible at all unless you activate it, and your mana control suppression is flawless. With just a few hours to spare until morning, our training is complete. I look over the desolate desert, and I slowly fly in the air toward Ember with the teleport crystal in hand. Good. Now we rest up before the B-class exams. I place a hand on his shoulder and crush the gem to bring us back to the bunker in the Crimson City, then pull out our hunter's IDs that Bree made a few weeks back. These are who we're going as. I am Ray Anderson, Lightning Mage, and you are Emery Carter, Fire Wielder. He takes the card and nods, and I continue. Want me to make you a fire sword with the Minotaur stones, or some kind of armor to play the part? Ember shakes his head. No, I'd rather not use a weapon. I'll just fight with my fists and pure fire magic. That is enough. I nod while taking out the lightning and wind-imbued dagger set from my item storage and holding the blades that crackle with static electricity in my hands. I'll get to try these out. I spin the blades around my fingers, then place them on my waist while sharing my conceal skill with Ember. We both shapeshift and edit our status to become level 600 hunters. But I think of a potential problem. What if for some reason you are out of range? My domain stretches about 5 kilometers. There is a chance my concealment skill could deactivate. We both think about this issue for a moment and throw ideas at each other while I try to imbue my conceal skill into random B-grade items. Most of them do a great job at creating illusions and allowing the user to change their form. But none of these items I am creating can directly affect the user's status. I come to the conclusion that I need to upgrade this skill. I use 250 PP to bring my special grade conceal up to legendary grade and turn to Ember. It is worth it. I've never seen another human with this skill, so it is about time I just give in and upgrade it. 250 PP isn't much of a setback, considering my next absorption skill upgrade that I am saving up for is going to take 10,000 PP. My eyes track over the new skills info, and I am happy to see the new perks available. Now, anytime I see a person eye to eye and they come within the range of my mana control aura, this skill creates a perfect copy of them to replicate if need be. Secondly, their voice and even status information converts over to the concealment replication. The actual skills and buffs themselves aren't converted to me if I don't own them. But if I watch the monster or person use this buff or skill, I can now recreate an illusion of it if I wish. I am able to pick and choose any voice, face, body feature, or combination of any that I save to create any form I wish with far more accuracy than before. Figments of my imagination can become reality with far fewer limitations. The strength of the concealment is dependent on the user's mana control base, so I am confident no one can see through it. Especially with an extra layer of protection, now with a divine limiter on top of it. I now imbue this legendary skill into one of the leftover cloaks and wraith cores from the war that Fisher and Lydia defeated. Then bloodbond the item, with a large amount of Ember's blood and over 250,000 MP as a catalyst to the craft. It creates a magic cloak with over 200% stat buffs on every stat and a conceal attribute that allows the user to change their form, voice, and status at will just like the skill itself. Ember accepts it and puts it on as a backup measure. We both adjust our perceived mana control to the average level 600 hunter and switch our appearances to perfect replicas of the men in the pictures on our ID cards. Over the next few hours, we relax and wait for the sun to rise. I make sure to check on all of my body doubles one last time to make sure they're set up to take care of the city while I am gone. They're in charge of going to Vice City to pick up new materials to continue expansion, taking care of aid packages for new and current citizens, making sure local business runs smoothly, restocking the grocery stores, handing in raw materials to continue the production of orders, and watching over the elemental elite's continued training in the labyrinth. Best of all, they continue farming in the Vice City labyrinth for stones to collapse dungeons, and grow my own labyrinth while collecting more luminite. I want to come back to an automated and growing system, no matter how long I am gone. Once the sun starts to rise, I crush a transport crystal that brings me to Bree's workshop and climb the stairs to meet her in her office. Today, we'll be heading off to the B-class exams. Chapter 528. We're immediately greeted on the first floor by Bree, both surprised and impressed. She takes us up to her workshop, and once I put up a hush barrier, she finally speaks. I didn't recognize your mana control signatures at all. You are the only other person with these transport crystals, so I knew it was you. But still, she stares us up and down. These disguises are far more convincing than I even thought was possible. We step forward and she takes out a silver box from beneath her desk. We both sit down in the seating while she opens the casing. And we have a short exchange of words about this month's orders that my double brought over 2 days ago. Bry is planning on expanding her workshop, making another building here in the black market of Vice City, and my double is going to show her around the Crimson City in Sector 2, giving her an office space there for future expansion as well. We even briefly discussed the events that occurred in the Talton region, and she is happy to do the business meetings there moving forward. In our next meeting, I plan to have Bry introduce me, so I can make a more genuine connection with their leader in my Flame Emperor identity. While I didn't spend much time in that jungle, their strength impressed me, and the dismissal of the association, even though their leader is a regional director, also catches my interest. Bry makes a final comment on it as she pulls out 2 transport crystals from the silver containment case. I've never been to the Talton region, so I look forward to checking it out for myself. I've always heard stories of it being an isolated region that doesn't easily accept outsiders, especially association-affiliated hunters. She shrugs and hands each of us a crystal. The Bedrock region is a lot different. As you probably saw when you visited before, they're hard workers, mostly a mining district. A lot of raw materials like metals and special ores come out of that region. The influx of workers over the years has brought more dungeons too. They may be smaller than the Vice region in population and hunter strength now, but they're on the rise. I heard a very high-level regional director was appointed there a few years back, and he spends a lot of time with the citizens. Straight-laced, follows association orders, but has good intent for his people. I nod as we accept the gems. Yeah, we met him. Over level 900, he is the strongest director I've seen. Well, I think back to the Green-Eyed Talton region's director's mana control, and it was definitely higher than his. Highest level I've seen, at least. Bree smiles, then looks at a clock on the wall. Anyway, it is about time you head off. Your entry to the B-class exams awaits. Careful out there. I'll stay in touch with your doubles while you are gone and keep orders moving as usual. I look to Ember, and then back to Bry as we share a few more words of goodbye, then crush the white gems. Once the light fades, we're both stood back in the same dark stone dome that we teleported into last time for the trade deal. The only difference is the rectangular door at the back that leads outside to the mining view, and cities all over the mountains is wide open. It is a foggy morning, but I can still sense the environment that I saw last time I was here. When I look around, the director isn't present, but 2 guards at about level 700 are. They look down at clipboards, then up at us, and one speaks up. Ray and Emery, survivors of the catastrophe. I was there on duty the day it happened. No joke, huh? I nod and make eye contact for a moment. He continues. No need to talk about it if it is a sore spot. The name's Jamie. Nice to meet you. I recognize this tall, bearded man as one of the guards that was by the director's side when I initially met him for trade deals the other day. He continues to speak. In your file here, it is like you are ghosts. Not a single association check-in, or sighting of you in any official dungeons. The director was quite surprised when an A ranker submitted the form that he found you 2 training in black market dungeons in the Vice region, though he was happy to have a few more people to stack our applicant roster. He leans in. I am curious, though. How'd you end up out there? I tighten my gaze, but reply quickly not to add any extra suspicion. We were injured badly after the, well, you know. I pause as he nods, then continue. We were already outcasts here without friends or family to rely on. We just thought it would be best to lie low and farm in the regions, where more stable dungeons were. The stronger dungeons here in Bedrock were way too volatile to train without worry of another catastrophe. I pause for a moment, letting the guard that apparently lived through that event reminisce about it for a moment. Then, Ember pitches into my fabricated backstory. We managed to find some training grounds in the Vice region, but once we were strong enough and wanted to get access to B-grade dungeons, the only way to do that would be through the association. No black market areas have dungeons of that strength. It was either reapply to the Vice region where we were hiding out, or come back to our roots. I smile inwardly and finish his thought. That is right. The Bedrock gave us our start, so we might as well give our thanks and apply through the region that grew us into the hunters we are today. The guard crosses his arms and grins. That is what I like to hear. Come on, follow me. I recognize you from the pictures on file, but we're going to have an appraiser verify everything and officially check you two in. Come on, I'll bring you to see the other applicants. I am sure the director has a speech he wants to tell to prepare everyone. We follow the tall bearded guard with two large silver axes strapped to his back outside the dome, and I take in the view of the endless mountain ranges filled with mining towns and caverns. At the top of this mountain we're on, there is nothing but this dome structure. We're led down a rocky path for a while, over a km of elevation downward, wrapping around the mountain until we come upon a flat base in a valley. In between this mountain and the next, the fog begins to clear the further down we travel. There is a city with a few thousand people in it. I can sense quite a few of these in between most of the mountains where the land is flat, stretching on further than I can sense. It doesn't seem like any one part of this region is the center capital, but it is all very well distributed. Every building looks very modern and well maintained. There are single homes, apartments, shops, and everything a city needs. It isn't what I'd have predicted in a mountainous region like this, but with a teleport platform so close by, it makes sense. We're led into a white building with 4 marble pillars at its entrance, and once inside, the floor is made of the same stone. The ceiling is high, and there is a slight echo to our footsteps. I recognize a few more guards that greet us at the entrance, and the rest of the room is emptied out except for 8 people near the back. Green Hunters Association logos are on the walls and floor, and we're greeted by the familiar voice of Director Malak. Welcome, welcome! Our final 2 surprise applicants have arrived. That brings us to 8 hunters applying to become B-Class this year. Let's get you 2 signed in. He smiles wide, giving off much more friendly body language than he did when he was meeting me for business trade deals in my other identity. It makes sense, as he is definitely less intimidated and dealing with fewer unknown factors. A brown-haired woman with glasses is by his side. She steps forward through a crowd of level 501 to 570 hunters. I see. She has a special grade appraisal skill on her status and carries a clipboard. She is the one who will be double-checking our status. From the readings I am getting from all of the other applicants here, they aren't anything special. There are 2 earth magic users, 2 fire, 1 water, and 1 wind. None of them are at the threshold for extreme element skills, and their armor and gear is standard high C-grade gear. They're strong, definitely ranked up hunters, but I can't find anything impressive about them. I didn't want to stand out too much right off the bat, but in order to follow through with the plan to actually do well in these exams, we're going to need to be a little stronger than the basic applicants here. The brown-haired woman walks up to Ember first and asks for his ID. As he hands it to her, a wave of appraisal seeps into Ember, and he allows it to read his manipulated status, displaying a level 612 hunter with extreme fire magic and a ranked-up buff called Infinite Inferno. I know that is not what his actual buff is called, but I am assuming it'll be an excuse for him to use an excessive amount of fire at times, if he needs to, and blame it on the buff. The woman's eyes light up at the status as she writes down what she sees and gives Ember back his ID. Then walks to me and does the same thing. I decide to one-up him just slightly and put level 615 on my status, showing my extreme lightning summoning skill and a fake ranked-up buff called Shockwave. The lady's eyes widen even more as she scribbles down what she sees and verifies that the names, skills, and appearances all match what is in their records. Then, she hurries back to the director to show him the clipboard. His eyes widen as well, while Ember and I just stand in confident stances behind the 6 other applicants. He reads the file for abnormally long, then looks up straight at us, then speaks to the 8 of us again. Well, you've all been verified as the applicants submitted to the exams this year. We still have 4 empty slots available, but this will be one of our biggest showings in a while regardless. He smiles and can't help glancing over to Ember and me. As you all know, the total applicants per region per year is limited to 12. We're not a strength-focused region, but over the years we have grown some strong warriors despite that. Just know, even if you fail, there is always next year. He points behind us and we turn our head to see the tall, bearded guard that brought us in. Jamie took 3 tries to pass. I've known some applicants that took even longer. He nods as we all turn our heads back to him. Just know, if you manage to pass the exams, It is not only a great personal achievement for you, but a great boost in reputation for our region. Any members that pass will be greatly rewarded. You can have a position as my personal guard with salary, a pension from the association, even any B-grade gear of your liking. The region gets an increase in spending from the central association government. So, it will help the whole region, and you will reap those rewards directly as a thanks. Only a handful of applicants make it through, and most of the slots are taken by the Apex region private trained recruits each year. But maybe we have a shot at taking 1 or 2 slots. You never know. His eyes rest back on Ember and me before he continues his speech, and the assistant that was doing the appraisal before hands out new transport crystals with Apex, and our names labeled on each of them. These transport crystals will bring you all directly to the exam site. There will most likely be an introduction there as well, but the rules, layout, and exact location of the exams change every year. I would give you pointers if I could, but there is no advice to give. All I know is that I'll be attending the exams in a few days to be part of one of the assessments. So will all of the regional directors. The only hints I have is that it will be a multi-stage exam. Your hard work this year will be shown off, and I wish each of you luck in your individual testing process. The assistant makes us all line up in a single file line as the director goes on about some of the other guards and how his own B-class exam played out over a decade ago. But I don't listen to much of it. Like he repeatedly says, they change the event every year, so I'll just have to go in prepared, on guard, and with an open mind. Although my competitive nature urges me to show off and try to win whatever challenges are thrown in front of me, my real goal with this entire event will be to gather information on the association's higher ranks. I want to know who this leader of the Apex region really is, why he won't show his face, and what correlation to the Sunday god he has. One by one, the line moves forward. The director has a quick one-on-one conversation with each of the applicants, then sends them off with a flash of light from their transport crystal. The line reaches Ember, and I hear his tone completely change. He motions for me to step forward next to him too, and I do as he says. You too? You are not ordinary hunters. I can feel your mana control. It rivals that of some of my guards that have passed the B-class exams years ago. Your file says you disappeared in the catastrophe, and now you are back out of nowhere with strength like this. Ember shrugs and I nod. As I am about to speak up, the tall guard that escorted us here speaks from the back of the room. They're good boss, the story checks out. They're real loyal Bedrock citizens. Just a tough past. Trust me, I was there when the catastrophe happened too. They're survivors. It makes sense that they'd be driven to be strong. Director Malak nods. Oh, I know. I meant it as a good thing. I haven't seen hunters like you apply in the Bedrock region, maybe ever. Usually stronger hunters like yourself move out to the Vice region, or even the Viridian region if not directly to the Apex headquarters. This is the mana control of Apex soldiers if I've ever felt it. Maybe we have a chance at winning some actual impactful region points this year. He smirks. I know you are doing this for yourselves, but if either of you pass, just know I have an extra reward waiting for you. Even better if you make it to the final selection. Do that, and you can have anything you want, even his job. He points to Jamie and they both start laughing and make rude but joking remarks toward each other, acting like they're old friends. He looks back down at us and puts out a hand to shake. I do out of respect. Then Ember does next. Pleasure to meet both of you. I may not have had the chance to train you myself, but Ray, Emery, best of luck out there. Make your home region proud. We both shake his hand one more time, then crush our transport crystals supplied by the Apex region. A flash of bright white magic covers our vision. Chapter 529. As the transport magic fades, the white color in my vision stays. The floor I am standing on is made of large squares of glossy white humming mana shielding, and it is far denser than any of the A-grade shielding I've ever felt before in my life. I turn my head left and right, but see no one at all. The only thing I see is an empty, long, stretching plane of mana shielding in every direction. The sky above me is blue, but as far as I can see on the horizon, the floor below me is flat and white. I do a scan of my surroundings and find that there are a few other people that have recently transported in and are just as confused as I am. There are at least 20 people wandering around these empty white flats, but almost instantly, far off to my right side. I sense the presence of over 50 people in a concentrated area. Ember's geopoint immediately pings his location in my rising Emperor's domain, and I can tell he is tens of kilometers away, much closer to the large grouping of people than I am. Over 75% of them are over level 500. Some are level 100 to 200. And there are a few people that are even between level 900 and 975, with golden collars made from the Sunday god's soul energy, just like the one that was around Rodrigo's neck when I sparred with him. These stronger figures that show up in my enemy detection perception stand very far apart, most likely guarding something. But it is hard to tell what from this distance. All I know is they are between the wandering applicants that have transported in and the 50 or so people inside some massive structure far off in the distance. It is extremely far away, so I can't fully make out what is inside, but I am certain this is where I need to go. It is an eerie environment. Seeing no one around me, and the only sound in my ears is the low humming of mana shielding that comes off the floor. I whisper to myself and turn to walk slowly in that direction. Looks like the exams have already begun. About half an hour passes, and nothing in the visual landscape changes, but I still sense the structure far off in the distance. I decide to turn my walk into a jog, then into a fast run. Finally, after another half an hour of travel on this flat white surface, an enormous gray structure begins to reveal itself on the horizon visible to the naked eye. It looks like a wall, but there are large spikes and towers that are very blurry on it as well. I even pass close by a few other applicants, some of which I don't recognize, telling me they're definitely from other regions. However, I decide to veer off to stay my distance and not interact with anyone until I make it to the destination. It seems like some people got lucky and spawned in closer to the massive gray wall, while others, I am sure, are aimlessly wandering the wide open flats too far away to see or sense a route to safety. A few are flying through the sky to get higher vantage points, and this works for them as they begin flying in the correct direction once they get high enough. I just continue forward at a fast pace, speeding up even more, maxing out what should be possible for the level 600 mana control I am putting out, not worrying about anyone but myself until I make it to the wall. It takes another half an hour, but I finally see the huge gray stone structure up close. It stretches about 100 meters into the air, and there are enormous closed-off arching doorways every few hundred meters along the wall. Each doorway is guarded by a peak B-grade hunter, their level nearing 1000. And my guess is that these are the Apex soldiers that Director Malak mentioned while we were talking this morning. Their mana control is impressive, and every one of them has an extreme grade element, along with 2 to 3 additional skills that are special grade, and in some rare cases, legendary grade. They're all very common skills like extreme stat buffs, body hardening, and swordsmanship, just like the status modifications I've seen on other directors. This confirms the association has definitely found a way to transfer these basic skills to their high-level officers, and the process is replicable. The guard that I approach has a wind magic skill, along with extreme speed and swordsmanship. His eyes are sharp, has a dark beard cut short, and silver armor shimmering and contrasting with the wall and floor. He steps forward and lets out a strong aura as I get into visual range and yells out while creating large wisps of wind magic to ripple through the floor and push my feet back. Applicant, state your name, region you come from, and why you desire to become a B-class hunter. His loud voice rings out with the aura and wind magic for a few seconds, and it doesn't show any signs of stopping. I yell back in return. Ray Anderson, I come from the Bedrock region. I've come to these exams to gain access to stronger dungeons, climbing the ranks of the association, and becoming a loyal soldier like yourself is the only opportunity that will grant me this access to the power I desire. The wind, magic, and mana control aura bash against me for a few more seconds. I am roughly 30 meters away from him. If I was an average hunter, like the applicants that were beside Ember and myself in the Bedrock region, this amount of wind magic might knock me down. The impressive aura coming off of the soldier at the gate might even make me lightheaded, or give me blurry vision while trying to withstand it. This is definitely some kind of pre-trial testing going on. The excessive wind magic ceases, but the aura coming off his body stays. He speaks up again. Very good. Please, come this way and present your hunter's ID. I will grant you access to the facilities. He pulls out a black box from a pouch on his waist, and there is a small slit in its top. He looks down at it, holding it steady in both of his hands, then looks back up to me. The soldier doesn't say another word, but stares forward. This gives me the notion he wants me to place my ID in that box. I take a step forward, and the aura around him becomes thicker and thicker the closer I get. Once I am within 10 meters, I can feel the pressure would be enough to make an average hunter pass out. If I want to make this interaction look real, I have to think of something to make it believable. So, I activate my lightning magic and make an orb-like barrier around me that disperses large amounts of the incoming mana. Static charges hum and crackle off as they collide with waves of his aura, and it cancels out over 90% of the charge. I run forward, pulling my hunter's ID from my side pocket, and throw it forward with exceptionally fine precision. At less than 5 meters away, there is a clicking sound that triggers the man's offensive aura to disappear. The hunter's ID slides right into the slot on the front of the box, and it flashes white. My electricity-filled aura expands quickly when the attacks cease all of a sudden. But I deactivate my skill as well when the box opens up to present a black wristband inside. The soldier smiles and presents the box. Very good technique and impressive mana control resistance. Lightning types are pretty rare. I look forward to seeing how far you make it. Please, put this device on your left wrist. It will track your progress throughout the exam. I take a few steps forward, take the wristband from the case, and click it onto my wrist, and a few small letterings pop up on it. It reads out all of the details that were on that hunter's ID in white glowing text on the bottom half of the circular display screen. Then at the top, there is a larger. Oh, that appears to be unlit or deactivated. I assume it will show numbers at some point, ranging from 0 to 99, but can't figure out why. I look up from the watch and back to the man, thinking that I'll receive the ID back, but he just closes the box and turns to the stone archway, pressing a silver device. The center of the door splits open and begins to show what is inside as the man speaks again. You will receive your updated ID once the exam is over. Please make yourself comfortable. Today, you will assimilate with your fellow applicants and rest up before the exams begin tomorrow morning. He motions for me to enter through the stone archway, and I see a long gray cobblestone path. Follow the path, and you'll make it to the greeting hall. I step forward onto the pathway, and the doors begin to close behind me as I do. He gives me a professional smile, then presses the sides of the black box and turns back to the never-ending horizon to wait for more applicants to arrive. The double door shuts with a thud as the heavy stone comes back together, and the chirping of birds and smell of honey fills my senses. The scenery of green trees, flowers, trickling streams, and even docile animals like squirrels and deer roam around on either side of the path. I walk forward, taking in the view, passing fruit trees, and watching birds fly through the open air. There is no ceiling to this odd place. I still see the same blue sky above that I did when I first spawned in. The further I walk away from the stone wall behind me, the more it feels like I am really walking through the wilderness. The gray stone path winds through the woods, past ponds, flower fields, and mythical-looking swamplands with glowing blue mushrooms. I don't sense much mana at all coming off of anything here. The only thing I sense is the excess energy floating through the air from the mana shielding outside these walls. Flowing water, the sweet smell of fresh roses, and the beautiful wildlife continue to amaze me, but my gaze stays focused on the path beneath my feet. Almost a full 20 minutes pass before the sounds of other humans hit my ears. Cheers, laughter, music, and conversation flood through the wilderness until I come across its source at the end of the gray path that leads to a large stone castle in the middle of the wildlife. Another stone archway comes into view, but this time the doors aren't closed. Vines have grown up the castle walls, and birds have even made nests in some of the crevices in the hand-laid stone. They chirp and fly in and out of the archways to enter and leave the castle as they please. There are 6 large archways covering the front side of this castle, opening it up to the outside world. And there are 5 other gray paths aside from my own that wind through the wilderness in directions far from where I came. Everyone that was transported into that white abyss-like landscape and made their way to the stone wall all have come to the same exact place. I see over 50 other people inside, but I can tell they're not all applicants. There are long tables of food, fancy silverware and glasses, casino-style games being played, bars, stores with neon signs and various pleasure products, and luxury items. Fresh oxygen-rich air being pumped through the room, and many waiters handing out drinks and food on golden platters. Once I walk through the gate, one of these men in a tuxedo welcomes me. "Ray Anderson, I am glad you've made it all this way. Please make yourself comfortable. We want to make sure you are well rested for the exams tomorrow." He looks toward the back of the room, where over a dozen small closed doors rest through all of the activities taking place. They have all kinds of signs above them, and only 2 of them on the far sides are labeled Exit. Once you have had your fun, you may leave, but you may stay as long as you like. All goods and services are on the house. The wristband you wear will tell you when you need to arrive at your next exam. He hands me a drink and walks away before I can ask any questions. Everything here feels very odd, even his wording feels very off. Next exam. Was that a slip of the tongue, meaning I am being tested right now, or just more nonsense to throw me off? The bright lights, endless entertainment, and especially the calming nature outside. This isn't at all what I expected to see when coming here. Despite this, I walk forward into the crowded luxury lounge to see who has arrived and what I am dealing with here. Over half of the people in here are employees, working gambling tables, serving food, and escorting guests to private rooms in the back. Many of the workers are over level 700, while others like the waiter I just met aren't even level 200. I can tell who is a worker and who is an applicant by the wristbands people wear. Everyone's looks the same, with their region, full name, and a blacked out "OO" on the face. I walk further in with a tightened gaze and begin to recognize a few people. There are 3 other applicants from the Bedrock region that I see, and they look as confused as I do, as they've just recently entered this place on the other side of the room. 2 other people I see are the water-wielding guards from the Vice region that accepted the trade deals with Leo a few days ago. They're both drinking and eating food at a bar. About 2 dozen other applicants with strong elemental skills catch my eye, and I see all kinds of locations like Viridian, Silka, and even Raya region markings on a few applicants' wristbands. Then a tall woman with strong arms and legs and a spear I recognize as my own craftsmanship catches my eye. It is a warrior from the Talton region. She sits on a white couch alone, eating a plate of delicious-looking meat. I am confused as to why she is here, but don't want to ask because that would cause unnecessary problems. I let out a long sigh and continue to walk through the entertainment around me, scanning people as they come in from the outside wilderness. I swirl the drink that was presented to me when I entered around in its glass, but don't dare to actually sip from it even though I don't sense anything out of the ordinary inside. When I see an empty table on my way through the cliques of hunters, I leave it on the edge and continue walking through the room toward the most familiar status, reading in my mind's eye. Finally, I make it to one of the less crowded bars with a blue-haired woman wielding water magic behind it talking to a single orange-haired fire user. The bar itself is in an awkward corner of the room, and it is not as easily accessible as the others that are all aligned on the center path. As I approach, he turns his head and makes eye contact with me, waves for me to come and have a seat, then faces the woman again as she points to options on their menu, and they continue their conversation. I walk up and sit down next to him, putting an arm around his shoulder. Then, Ember speaks the moment I take a seat. "Took you long enough to get here. I was waiting to make my order until you arrived, but now I am not sure I am even hungry." He grins, looks up at the bartender, and shrugs. I think our conversation was satisfying enough. Looks like those teleport crystals picked favorites, don't they? I spawned right outside the front gate. It seems some people weren't as lucky. She nods, then looks at me and shows a professional smile while sliding me the same menu that is in front of Ember. "Your friend is right. Luck is a much more important skill than most hunters believe it to be. The fact that you even found this castle in the first place, and so early on, is quite a good start. Now please, take a look at the menu. I'm sure you'll be here for a while and want to rest up, so you might as well find something that interests you." Chapter 530. I look at the menu and all kinds of options are available for purchase. There are about a dozen food and drink items on the top half of the menu written in green ink. The middle half of the menu is written in yellow, and there are less than half as many items as the green. Below this, there is only one item written in red text. It is a meal and drink combo. Beside every option, 0 tokens is printed, and I look up at the woman and do a quick scan of her status to find that she is over level 700, has extreme water magic summoning, and mana control strong enough to face off against a regional director if she wanted. However, she is just calmly standing behind the counter polishing an unused glass while we read the menu. I ask her a question. What are these color-coded options? And what are tokens? I scratch my head and look back down at the paper, but she doesn't respond right away. I turn to Ember and he shrugs. I asked the same thing a few times, but got no direct answers out of her. However, I did pick up on a few clues and think I have a feel for what is going on. I tighten my gaze at him as he continues. Everything about this first stage of the exams is about luck. As he says these words, lights flash in the background, and a dinging noise sounds out from one of the casino tables with a spinning roulette machine. A tall man with blonde hair stands up with a relieved look on his face and yells out in excitement as the thin worker behind the machine hands him a small black coin. A man on the other side of the table looks depressed and pale-faced. I can't quite tell what exactly is going on. It is on the far side of the room, and I didn't see what the stakes were before their game. But that coin in the winner's hand may have answered one of my questions already. Ember grins and continues after they calm down. Those are tokens. I've seen a few people win them throughout the last hour or so, and a few have even left through those doors. He points to the back of the room where the exit signs glow with red neon light. Then I reply, looking down at the color-coded menu. So even this is some kind of game. The woman behind the counter shows a small grin as she continues to polish the crystal clear glass, reflecting her blue hair in the bright lights of the room. I point to the menu. So what? The green options are safer, and the red options are risky. Does it work something like that? I look her in the eyes, and she shrugs. I am not permitted to answer any questions about the exams without proper payment. I tighten my gaze, understanding that this means it will be possible to get some information out of her. If proper payment means tokens, then I'll have to play in these games to win some. But maybe there is a way to get the answers without risking anything. I saw the look on that man's face at the table when he lost. But if everything is free, then I am not sure why he'd be so down. I ask another question. Do we have to participate in these games? Do we even need tokens? Or can we exit right now? I am not permitted to answer any questions about the exams without proper payment. She responds with the same tone, but I can tell she is enjoying herself by the small changes in her facial expression while she watches me think. I let out a sigh, thinking over my options. Well, if I am going to play, I might as well limit the times I am going to test my luck. I doubt it is as easy as just picking a green meal and winning a token. High risk, high reward? I'll take the meal and drink from your red menu option. Her grin grows as I push the menu forward and Ember adds in. I'll have what he is having too. If it doesn't look appetizing once it is presented, I just won't indulge. I nod slowly. Same. The blue-haired bartender places the overly polished glass back with the other clean glasses and gets to work on preparing a meal before our eyes, with magic stoves, pre-cut meat and vegetables, and top-shelf drinks lined up ready to pour behind her. It only takes a few minutes before our meals and drinks are served on crimson-tinted plates and glasses. The drink bubbles and the food steams. I can sense a large amount of mana radiating off of both of the meals. Similar to the dishes I ate back in Valor City. They will instantly re-energize the person that eats them and fill their mana stores to full, even giving minor strength buffs that linger after. She places them down and takes a step back. Please enjoy your meal. The woman goes back to polishing the same glass that she put away before, and we stare down at the dishes. I do a full scan of the food and drinks multiple times and find no odd curses or magical debuffs present. It is just like the glass that the server at the door handed me. Nothing is off about it at all, and it feels like I am just being overly paranoid for no reason. Ember also looks down at his dish very hesitantly too. I come to the conclusion that there is really nothing wrong with these dishes in a magical sense. But that doesn't mean it is safe to eat. I dip a finger that is covered in the silver armor of my gauntlets into the sauce that is cooked into both the meat and vegetables on my plate, and smear a small amount on my inner right wrist against my bare skin. I look at Ember's dish and don't even ask him first before I do the same on my left. The bartender presents a sanitary towel for me to clean the sauce off my hands, but I leave the 2 blotches on my skin for a few minutes and wait. In the meantime, I do the same thing with our drinks, dabbing a fresh towel into each of the glasses and putting it onto my wrist below the sauces. Nothing happens for a few minutes, and we wait in silence. The food stops steaming, and the bubbles in the drink all pop and fizz away. However, it isn't too long before I begin to feel mana from a passive skill being used up while a very strong burning sensation starts to make itself known in my left wrist. I whisper under my breath while staring down at the plate where the sauce came from. Poison. This dish is poisoned. None of the drink splotches react, and the sauce from my own dish doesn't burn at all. I wipe the sauce off both of my wrists, and only one is covered in a very faint rash that is automatically healing from the passive poison resistance perk of my self-regeneration skill. Before it fully heals, I cover it up with my cloak and put my arm below the table, then switch my plate with Ember's. I speak up while picking up some of the veggies with a clean fork and crunching down on them knowing that they're packed with poison. Ember smirks, but the bartender's eyes widen with surprise. I can tell she wants to say something, but just gulps and steps back while continuing to polish that glass. Both of us dig in, and I feel the burning feeling in my mouth and throat rise and fall over and over after every bite. My self-regeneration skill cleanses the entire meal of any harmful substances, and even detoxifies the alcohol in my drink before it can reach my bloodstream. It actually tastes like a unique flavor of hot sauce, slightly sour, and a strong aftertaste. Whatever poison was in this dish was definitely a strong one, but it'd take far more than this measly dose to actually do any real damage. We both push our plates and glasses forward when we finish, and the woman behind the counter is almost breaking a sweat at the sight before her eyes. Despite that, she reaches beneath the counter and pulls out 2 black coins and slides them toward us. Congratulations. You've both earned a token for completing the Red Menu Challenge. Now that you have a balance, you may order from our secret menu if you please. She slides a new menu toward us while taking our dishes away. Underscore, 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 underscore. 1 token. Ask me any question. 2 tokens. 2 tokens, choose a magic item you desire. 3 tokens, exit card, basic room. Entendue. See, 5 tokens, exit card, designer suite. 10 tokens, exit card. All-inclusive lounge. Underscore, 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 underscore. I look up to the exit, then back to her and ask a question immediately. What does all this mean? An exit card? Does that mean we fail or pass? Is exiting a good thing? Or, I am not permitted to answer any questions about the exams without proper payment. I let out a sigh when I hear her speak these words again, but think carefully about what comes out of my mouth next, because it seems like I actually do have the proper payment to get what I need now. Although I am interested in this game, and how it is really played, looking at this entire room on its macro scale is more worth my time. I pause for a moment, then slide the black token I just won forward. My question is, how do we pass this first portion of the exam safely and efficiently? She smiles and takes the token from me, finally responding with a straight answer. Every vendor in this space has the same secret menu. To move on from this stage of the exam, you must collect at least 3 tokens and buy an exit card. You must move to the next room by morning and rest up with the remaining applicants before the real exam begins. Her gaze moves over to the exit doors, then back to me. As I said before, luck and skill are very similar. One by itself will not make you a strong hunter. You are not only going to be tested by your physical capabilities during these trials. I nod to myself, then speak up again. Well, in that case, if it is that easy, I'll have another course. 1 option from the red menu, please. Ember is deep in thought too, but adds in, "Make that two." The woman smiles and places her polished glass down to begin making two identical meals just like before. They come out steaming hot and drinks bubbling. I do the same test I did before, but for some reason, this time neither of the dishes are poisoned. I am unsure if that was a one-time thing or we just got lucky this time around. Not questioning it much, we just dig in, and right after, two more black tokens are presented to us. Another round. We both reply, without missing a beat. She cooks up a third round of dishes, and when I do the poison test, they both come back positive. The bartender catches on to this phenomenon, but doesn't say anything. I share my mythic grade self-regeneration skill with Ember and give him the heads up through telepathy once I do. We both eat our third meal, and the bartender can't believe her eyes when she gives us our third coin each. I used one up from before, so I just need one more before we can both afford the lowest exit card option on the secret menu. So I speak up the moment she starts to bring our dishes away. "Let's do one last round, just for me this time." She turns back with a smile on her face. "Oh, I am sorry. We're all out of that menu option." This isn't the reaction I expected. She turns back to me and begins polishing her glass again. I reply, "What do you mean? You are already out of food. Is there a limit per item or something?" Or, "I am not permitted to answer any questions about the exams without proper payment?" That same exact response comes back, and I drop my face into my palm. "Well, how about the yellow menu? Or even the green menu? Are any of those available?" She shakes her head. "No, it seems we're all out." She doesn't change her expression and just stares ahead like we're not even here anymore. Ember looks very confused too. He turns to me. "It must be some kind of limit per table? Or maybe someone cut us off because we were winning too much." He jingles the 3 black coins in his hand, then shrugs and places one down on the counter. We're either going to figure out how this is done here, or at least figure out why we can't order anymore. You don't have 3 coins, so we're going to have to play somewhere else anyway. I might as well ask. He pushes his coin forward. My question is, what is the reason we've reached the limit on this table, and how can we make sure this doesn't happen again today? She accepts the coin but doesn't respond immediately. It looks like she is listening to someone talk in her ear for a few seconds before replying. That is 2 questions, but I've been permitted to answer in a long-form explanation. She points to the basic menu of this shop. Every bar, table, or game in this room has its own set of rules and odds of winning. Here, if you choose green, you have a 1 in 10 chance of losing. However, you must consume 3 full meals to win. The yellow is a 1 in 5 chance of losing, but it only takes 2 meals to win. Red is a 1 in 2 chance of losing, but only 1 meal to win. I think about these odds, and what she means by losing is picking the poison, because the odds of eating deadly poison are 50%. Anyone who completes a meal with the red label wins a token. The green and yellow options have better odds not to die, but the person has to eat much more food and will most likely be very drunk by the end of it. Even though the odds are lower to eat the poison, there is still far more opportunity to be unlucky each time. The green option would have been the smartest choice, but using my self-regeneration perk, I've created my own luck. The bartender continues. However, there is one rule that applies to every game in this room. You are only allowed to play 3 times. I raise an eyebrow, and this makes me rethink my thoughts about the odds before. If you are only allowed to play 3 times, that means the maximum amount a person could win on green would be 1 token. So, depending on how hard the games at the other tables are, maybe this was the best option after all. I nod and she finishes her thought. You have tokens to use. If you'd like to successfully win 3 and move on to the next stage, it will be best to ask other vendors the proper question before you play. You have reached your limit on this table today. I wish you the best of luck. She smiles and takes the menus away, then goes back to polishing the clean glass like none of this ever happened. I want to ask her more, but I am sure she'll give that same basic response unless I hand over a token, so I let out a sigh and decide that we've gotten all we can from this woman. Well, I guess, thanks for the meals. Music, dinging, flashing lights. and dozens of ongoing games fill my senses as I bring my attention away from the bar we were just sitting at and back toward the rest of the games. Over a dozen more applicants have wandered in from outside while we were playing. Ember and I get up from our stools, both with 2 tokens jingling in our hands, and slowly walk further inside to look for another game worth playing.